Good evening and welcome to the Thursday, August 1 regular meeting of the Morro Bay Harbor Advisory Board. We're in the Veterans Memorial Hall at 209 Surf Street in Morro Bay. We have a quorum this evening. All of the board members are present, so I'll call the meeting to order. And please join me for a moment of silence for any number of good reasons. Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance. Sharice, you want to lead us?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is advisory board and liaison announcements and presentations. So our just so everybody knows, our liaison is out this evening. She's recovering from a little medical procedure. Wish her the best. And so, Jean, announcements?
Quite a few. There's been lots of activity on the waterfront. Charter boats are working really well. Sailboats are out there, fishing boats are out there, lots of kayakers, sailboarders. Seems like there's an awful lot of activity on the water. On the shore, I ran across a small anomaly. As I'm involved with quite a bit of the planning and processing architecture on the waterfront, I've become aware that the city and the Coastal Commission are advocating removing some of the parking on the west side of the Embarcadero. As our Thailand's grant requirement, the third item is that we provide parking on the west side of the Embarcadero. And since we've done that, we've established that amount of parking to be considered meeting that requirements. So I find it interesting that both the city, the planning department and the Coastal Commission are unaware of our state lands requirements. So I've got a meeting with Coastal Commission next week to discuss this. So that's it for me.
Wow. Thank you. Thanks for that. Owen? Want to tell us a little bit about what's going on out there in the ocean?
Sure. Yeah, I think it's been a pretty rough year for a lot of guys. You know, the crab season was closed 3 months early. The weather's been really bad. Fishing has generally been slow for most things. Fortunately, we had some salmon around, which helped a few guys out, so that was nice. But for a lot of the crab guys, I think that was probably kind of like a Band-Aid on a severed artery.
And what do you hear about albacore?
It's been real slow. I think maybe it's started to pick up in the last week or so.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I think that does it.
Okay. Lynn?
Nothing.
Mark?
Nothing at this time.
Dana?
I just wanted to report on the Morro Bay Marine swap meet that was put on at the end of June. This was an effort put on by 3 nonprofits here, the Maritime Museum, the Friends of the Harbor Department, and the Morro Bay Youth Sailing Foundation. And by all accounts, it was a big success. We had 52 vendors, some great deals, and we're going to do it again next year.
Thanks. Yeah, I spent way more than I thought I would. Yeah. Sharice?
Nothing from me at this time, but it has been a busy summer on the Embarcadero as far as people coming to visit.
Actually, as a note to that, last Saturday, my wife decided that she wanted to go down to the Rock for reasons that I can't possibly understand on a Saturday in July. And the cars waiting to go up Beach Street or go south on the Embarcadero were backed up all the way to the intake building. It was pretty remarkable. And the Rock parking lot was, there were 3 full rows of cars in the Rock parking lot, and cars parked double all the way out to the jetty. It's pretty amazing, actually. So I'd like to remind the public that beginning back in January 2018, this was reported on by the Harbor Department a while back. January 2018, the state of California began phasing in by age a requirement that residents in the state who operate a motorized or recreational vessel on state waterways is the key word, be required to carry a, quote, California boater card, end quote. The card, according to the legislation, shows that its holder has successfully taken and passed a National Association of State Boating Law Administrators or other state-approved boater safety education examination. Courses can be classroom, home study, or online. The current list of approved courses can be found online at www.californiaboatercardnobreak.com. The card's issued by the California State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways, which is fairly recently subsumed in the Division of Boater and Waterways, and there's a fine for not having one. So the calendar schedule for card requirements is January 1, 2018, 20 years of age or younger. January 1, 2019, 25 years of age or younger. And it goes up in 5-year increments up to January 1 of 2023, when it jumps to 10-year increments. So January 1, 2023, 50 years of age or younger. 2024, 60 years of age or younger. And in 2025, every one of us, regardless of age. Any other announcements? Seeing none, we'll move right along. So that brings us to public comment. This portion of public comment is for anything that is not on our agenda this evening that the public would like to comment on, or any item on our agenda for which someone feels that they cannot stay. And let me say that the B5 item, once we get to the business portion of the agenda, I'm going to ask the board's permission to move B5 up to the front of that agenda. Is there any public comment for something that's not on the agenda or from somebody who cannot stay? Ma'am? If you could help us, it's not required, but if you could help us with your name, that would be wonderful.
Hi, good evening, Harbor Advisory Committee Board. There we go. My name is Mimi Goldberg, and I have lived in Morro Bay and adjacent cities for 30 years. I'm here to remind you of the mess they left when they went away. It's not fair to deny Morro Bay of a beautiful place where we stay. Morro Rock used to have trash cans located where the benches and the fire pits are currently. The other day I walked on down to the Rock and a very nice city maintenance worker was picking up trash next to the dumpster, so I offered to help him. The slits are so narrow and people with large bags of trash can't fit them in. So they put them right next to him and the birds turn them open, the bags go everywhere and everything goes everywhere. While helping pick up the trash, a truck pulled up to the dumpsters, and a gentleman from Lomita, California, he said I could use his name, Andrew Mattel, much to my surprise, was a paraplegic. And he said he could not get in his wheelchair with his trash and wheel it, and I measured it 96 feet, and that's the closest parking spot to the Rocks. He couldn't carry his trash, and it was a real pain in the neck to get into his truck and drive on over. And then I asked the city maintenance worker, I said, what would you like to see happen? And he said he'd like to see the bins open during the days, so that way, you know, the people could put their large bags in there, but that still won't help Andrew. Or Andrew also said, he said, everybody's parked over there. Everybody's over there, they're not over here. I'm sorry. And I want to thank them. They were very nice tourists, and I appreciate their candid and honest input. I'm ashamed and embarrassed because we have an obligation to make this a clean town for everyone and everything. Shame on you for putting this on the back burner during our busiest tourist season. It's not my job, and I don't get, I don't get paid monetarily, but it is my responsibility to show by example and pick up trash, because we're the ones that see it. When there is trash, there should always be a trash can ahead of you that's visible to throw it into. Look in the fire pits. Every day people are putting plastic water bottles and non-burnable waste in them. I won't touch some of those diapers. Right now is the right time to implement this. Please don't wait until winter. I'm not asking you anymore. I'm kind of begging you. You are the Harbor Advisory Committee of Morro Bay, and either you or the Coastal Commission or, a nonprofit, whatever, please, let's see this happen. You guys must really like seeing me. And I talked to some, that was it? No.
No, ma'am. Well, you've timed out, but that's okay. Finish your thought, please.
I spoke with some tourists from Lithuania.
Well, hang on a second. Your mic shouldn't have gone dead on you.
Okay, so I spoke with some tourists from Lithuania to get their information on how they deal with things. I'm always in for their input. And they said that they have signs that say what the fine is. They also in their stores have where you have to recycle. I mean, they pay you. Every store has to have these recycle things to give you back money. But Becca, I spoke with Becca with the Harbor Department this afternoon, and she said she could do that, do the signs. And it's just a no-brainer. It's not rocket surgery. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, you guys. Woo!
Any other public comment at this time? So we'll move on to the consent calendar. We good to go, AGP? Thanks. The consent calendar, item A1, which is the Harbor Department status report. Director?
It's on the consent calendar.
You know,
Sorry, you got used to doing it for so
yeah, I
many
did
years.
get used to changing it. It is on the consent calendar. So, Harbor Advisory Board, presuming that we have all read the department status report, I'd like to hear a motion to approve, and then if we have any discussion, we can have that.
I move to approve the status report as written.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're golden. All in favor of acceptance? Aye. Opposed? None. Carries. Thank you for reminding me, Director. So that brings us to business items, and I'm requesting that the board approve moving B5 up to the front of that calendar. Is that okay with everybody? Cherise? Thank you. Okay, so we'll address B5, so let's get organized for that. He said hopefully. Oh, there we go. So item B5 on tonight's agenda item is a presentation on the master fee schedule study that was commissioned by the City of Morro Bay on the results and the recommendations relative to the fee recovery rates for harbor department fees. It was a citywide study, and we're here tonight to talk about the harbor-related portions of it. So, Mr. Director, staff report.
Thank you, and good evening. So as you said, we're reviewing, taking I guess maybe a second run look at this, because we had a little look at it on Tuesday night. First look at the Harbor Advisory Board on our master fee portions of the study that was done. Looking for public and Harbor Advisory Board input. looking for possible Harbor Advisory Board recommendations on cost recovery, phasing, if there's other alternatives. I'm sure we're going to hear some input tonight on a couple elements of the fee study, so we'll get some good input and continue on with the process. I will talk later about other opportunities for public input. It's not like tonight's the end of it and it's all going to be done. There's still several more steps to go, so I'll bring those up in a little bit. As you stated, this fee study was commissioned last year by the city. I think maybe even 2017 is when we contracted for it and put out for a request for proposals and got the revenue cost specialist, the company that took it on last year. The hope was to have it done by this spring in time for budget setting time, but it's a very involved process. They also did the cost allocation plan and impact fee study, so this took a little longer than anticipated. The City Council adopted the existing master fee schedule from last year into this year as a placeholder until we get this new fee schedule in place. So process-wise, RCS, Revenue Cost Specialists, spent a good amount of time just to kind of give you a picture of how this worked, and I think they did this at Tuesday night as well, but at the meeting was, met with all levels of city staff, from the city manager, council people, executive level department heads, line staff, and other interested parties. A lot of meetings. They would come here probably 2 times a month early on, and we're here for a few days, and then a lot of emails, a lot of requests going back and forth, a lot of data going back and forth. And basically they look at all the costs that go into any given fee, which includes basic direct costs, which are the employee costs, and the operating budget cost, meaning for us, we'll use slips because that's going to be the topic du jour tonight. For slips, it's all the things that in our annual budget we put into the slips, from utilities to fixing cleats to just up and down the board of any kind of repair or maintenance or attention we pay to the slips and to our slip users. And then there's the city overhead costs, which are all the costs that we as a department incur from other departments, which with us it's the cost allocation plan, so those two processes dovetailed together pretty well. So the cost allocation plan numbers were known, so we know that, for a given amount of Harbor Department employee costs, there's an overhead cost to the cost allocation plan that comes from City Hall for all the support we get from City Hall and Public Works, Community Development, and all those numbers are factored in, as well as capital costs, and then everything's mixed in, and they come up with an overall cost of doing business at the end of the day. And then so that's on the expense side, and then they look at the revenue side, which is a much simpler equation because it's usually one item, how much revenue you make every year, and you look at the two and you end up where you are. So from a process standpoint, that's how it was derived. Like I said, there's a lot of time, a lot of effort went into it with the consultant and what they derived. And really the bottom line, it comes up with a true accounting of what our costs are to provide our various services. And the city did this, general fund, enterprise funds did it with all the funds. So the exercise tonight and what we're looking at with citywide is overall city cost recovery and what we want to move forward with cost recovery with the city and all of our fees, not just harbor fees. There's a council resolution that was passed in 2015 that says most everything will be at 100% cost recovery. Recreation had a sort of a pyramid version of what their costs were going to be. They kind of had a tiered version of what their costs were going to be. And Harbor, so that was the one exception to 100% cost recovery, and the other was Harbor, where they said the commercial slip and pier rates will be at 85% of full cost recovery. As far as cost recovery rates, at least, and I'll probably going to spend a fair amount of time on slip and pier rates because, again, that's what we're probably going to be spending some focus on. Basically, two ways of deriving what our costs are from our slips and piers in terms of the capital aspect, meaning the infrastructure, what it costs us to build and maintain the slips and piers over time. And normally you amortize over time the cost to build, maintain, permit, and those are the multiple $100,000 costs, and that's amortized over the useful life of the facility, over the set of slips or over the pier. And that drives one set of costs. The other way of looking at it, and the way that you're currently seeing in the study from the consultant, is we have, and you've seen it, we've gone through it several times, our capital spreadsheets, the spreadsheets we put together with the ad hoc committee's assistance, and laying out what all of our major facilities are, piers, slips, all the public infrastructure, Tidelands Park Pier, our dock, the public piers, all that stuff. We laid out when it was built, what its value, replacement value is, a life, estimated useful life, and then based on that useful life, how many years until we got to that useful life and we needed to replace it. Unfortunately, we have not, in a lot of our facilities, and particularly with our slips, we've not had full cost recovery on those over the decades. We've been able to make up for the cost shortfall with our lease revenues, but we've not been able to put aside full amortized amounts over the lives of those facilities. And so the numbers that you see now in the current study indicate rates that would need to be put in place to replace those facilities on the schedule that they should be replaced on based on their useful lives. And with our slips, it's the Beach Street slips, which are between the South T Pier and the Stax Wine Bar now. I mean, they needed to be replaced probably 5 years ago or more. Dune Street slips are probably about 10 years out from being replaced, and then the L'Entrant slips the same. Those were replaced about the same time in the early 1990s. So their useful life, which things can be extended obviously, but at least their theoretical useful life and based on experience will probably be about 2030. So those are the two ways that we can derive the capital costs and factor them into what our fees are. And again, we used to be able to make up where we didn't meet our full costs on some of our facilities with other revenues, primarily the leases. In the report, there's our cost recovery rates for our different, what I call them, business lines. It's basically our things that we make money on and we have expenses for, kind of like a business. So our lease administration, they almost make 500% of the cost we put into our leases, because that's their intent, that's how they're set up. They're meant to be a money-making venture. We don't put a lot of effort into them other than administrative, me and mostly Lori, and some city hall time administering the leases. The leaseholders put all their time and effort into it, and that's what they're making their revenues on. So leases obviously make a good amount of profit. Slip and dock administration, which is basically our slips, commercial fishing boat slips, are at 26%. And again, that 26% is based on the schedule as if we were intending to replace them on their useful life standpoint. T-Pier administration is about 20%. Moorings make 185% because the moorings are typically up at, or not typically, the moorings are up at fair market value, which is a value that is beyond what it takes for us to put revenues or put expenses into. So they make a little bit of profit on the top. Our whole liveaboard program, which is mostly an administrative one, but it's also an enforcement one, it's at about 19%. So the fees there are quite low compared to what they need to be. The L'Entrant makes about 74% of the revenues we get there, and the miscellaneous fees is 271%. That's kind of a catch-all of everything else. It's our showers, the hoist, permits, other things just mixed together, where there's not a lot of time and money that goes into them, but we get a fair amount of profit. And it's not a very big, it's probably a 4, maybe low 5-figure number, so it's not a big number. So that's kind of our basic business lines and how they perform. And we're just at the point now where, in the past, we've been able to not be at cost recovery rates on some of our business lines because we had those other revenue sources that made up for it. We've done a number of fairly big projects over the years. Our extra money that we always put into the bank every year goes into our accumulation fund. Once we get through, assuming we get through everything that's currently budgeted for now in our capital program, our accumulation fund is going to be down to probably 5 figures, and really with not much hope for it getting built back up, because our operating budget is about $20,000 to the good this year. In other words, in the black, we'll make about an extra $20,000, not an extra $100,000, $150,000. So there's not going to be a lot of room there for doing any capital projects for any time in the foreseeable future. And that's a combination of things. One, revenue. Our leases have steadily done better over the years. They've roughly followed the economy. Obviously, during the recession of 2008, that was a big change. But our leases have followed suit with the economy, and they've done better and better over the years. But other costs have increased, namely employee costs, but just the cost of doing business, and especially in California, as most folks that do business here can attest to. The cost to permit, the cost to build, the cost to maintain liability insurance has just gone through the roof, and all those costs have added up. We had about $250,000 a year that came from the power plant with the outfall lease going back about 20 years. That's no longer the case. That ceased back in 2014 or 15. So we've lost some significant revenue. Costs have gone up, and the cost to do business versus what we're making in revenues is just barely making it. Short of changing our service model, which means cutting services or supplies or something, something needs to be done. So we're here tonight to look in, from the Harbor Advisory Board standpoint, at some of our fees, see what the Harbor Advisory Board might recommend, take some public input, and see what some of the other options are. Obviously, raising rates isn't the only option. Cutting services or trying to cut supplies is another way of potentially getting at a lesser fee increase. We, I think, pride ourselves pretty well in our department of being fairly frugal. We are an enterprise fund. I think my city manager will attest, I'm pretty defensive of the harbor fund whenever the general fund looks like it's trying to come put its hands in my wallet, so to speak. So we're pretty good at defending the harbor fund from the general fund. So I think we do pretty good, and we've been pretty frugal over the years, and we do a heck of a lot with not a lot of people and a lot of supplies. So you know, the cold hard unfortunate truth of it is something needs to change. Otherwise our facilities are all going to end up like Beach Street slips at some point, and we're not going to be able to maintain them, and there's going to be some major issues that happen, and we're not going to have funding for it. Tuesday evening, we had a great meeting here at the Vets Hall, got some good public input and some good discourse with the fishermen. They came up with several very good ideas and a couple ideas that I hadn't really thought of, that we're going to engage with them and spend a little more time trying to see what we can do to help ease the burden and come up with a fee schedule that's going to work for everybody, work for the city, and allow us to maintain and provide the facilities we do and work for our users as well. And I just want to make a note on cost analysis or rate comparisons. We do have a rate comparison that we get from the City of Santa Barbara that their waterfront department does every year. While a rate comparison is something that can be part of the conversation, the bottom line is our costs are our costs, and regardless of what anybody else is charging. If you want to talk about competing for users with other harbors, and then you start doing rate comparisons and seeing if we're losing customers to other harbors or we're attracting all the customers because we've got the better rates. I mean, that's that discussion. This is a discussion on really what our costs are and how we solve this puzzle of revenues that we've been really struggling with here for the last 2 or 3 years at least. So with that, I'll shut up and let you take some public comment.
Just before we get into that, so here's the order of business on this agenda item that we're going to pursue this evening. We started with the staff report, then we're going to move on to public comment, then we're going to give the Harbor Advisory Board an opportunity for any questions they have for staff based upon the staff report. Then we're going to give staff an opportunity to respond to public comment if they think that that's an appropriate thing to do. And then we're going to bring it back to this body, and we're going to deliberate. I would propose it's going to be a little bit laborious. We're going to deliberate on the 33 line items that are in the fee schedule. Some of them I think will go quickly, some of them may not go quickly, but that's up to the board. And the way we're going to do that deliberation, we're going to follow parliamentary procedure because we can't this evening on this matter do anything other. So I'll need a motion and a second to open the discussion. The motion is subject to change. It can be withdrawn, it can be modified, I don't care about that, but that's how we need to start. And a little bit of background before we get into public comment. So the purpose this evening for this body, its mission, this body's mission this evening, we were tasked by the City Council, which we are appointed to serve, with considering the proposed harbor-related fee schedule for fiscal year 1920, as in this year and next. And then to provide council, this is what we're tasked with, provide council with recommendations regarding that proposed fee schedule, which is embedded in the cost study. It's our understanding that the council will have the citywide fiscal year 1920 master fee schedule, including harbor fees, on its agenda in late August. That's why we're doing this tonight. And by way of information, the harbor director mentioned that there was a public workshop a few evenings ago. I'm told, I don't know this for a fact, I'm told that there will be another on August 8th. There will be a second one regarding the master fee schedule. Is that your knowledge?
Yeah, and thanks for bringing that back up. I was going to try and jump in and interrupt you because I didn't cover that point. So yes, on Tuesday, a couple days ago, we had a community outreach meeting, which was very open forum. It wasn't a city council meeting. It wasn't a noticed meeting like this. So it was a great venue for just back and forth open dialogue, which took place. August 27th is a similar meeting. I'm sorry. July 30th was that first meeting. August 8th will be the next meeting. Next week, we'll have another one of those. There'll be similar format, just open dialogue, question and answer. As I spoke at the meeting on Tuesday evening, I'm there in my office. I'm happy to either by appointment or schedule or just drop in if I'm available to meet and discuss whatever we need discussed, to lay out whatever people want to see in terms of cost versus revenues, whatever it takes to get the public educated to help us through this. And then tentatively on the 27th is scheduled for the council to consider approval of the fee schedule. I don't know that it'll happen on that schedule. I'm not going to say it won't, I'm not going to say it will, but that's where it is tentatively now. And so, actually, let me correct that, and I guess I should read my staff report. August 27th is tentative presentation to the City Council on community meetings. In other words, the result of those two meetings, this Harbor Advisory Board meeting, to provide everything that staff has gathered and take more public input. And then September 10th is tentatively scheduled for adoption of the master fee schedule. So we'll see how that plays out. Okay.
So there's a few points that I think are salient and relevant to this agenda item that I think are worth mentioning. As was stated in the staff report, the City Council formally resolved 100% cost recovery for all harbor-related fees and rates back in 2015, with the exception of slip and pier rates, which were resolved to be 85%. That's a resolution by the City Council of Morro Bay, not by this body, not by the Harbor Department. That's the City Council talking. All city slips are designated for commercial fishing vessels. For those, I know you folks know that, but there are folks in the public who maybe don't know that. All city slips are designated for commercial fishing vessels unless the slip holder is temporarily absent, in which case recreational boats may rent the slip until the slip holder comes back. The last line of the consultant's cost of services study, which the Harbor Department has included a significant part of in this agenda item this evening, states, quote, if all the recommendations and suggestions made in this report are adopted, the city, not the Harbor Fund, the city would increase cost recovery by $1,096,600 on an annualized basis. So the point being, there's some pretty serious money at stake here. My next point is that there is currently more than $3 million in unfunded liability for harbor-related infrastructure. And there is no city and no harbor fund financial surplus to materially address those infrastructure needs. The number goes up every year. There's a wear and tear, there's inflation, goes up every year, and those infrastructure needs include the city's docks and the city slips. There is a graphic, what I'll call a graphic, embedded in the cost of services study on page 525, and it indicates, it has on the right-hand side a quote total cost recovery end quote column. And it indicates that cost recovery for some of the harbor service items are in excess of 100%. People have talked to me about that. I've tried to educate myself a little bit about that, and will share this with you. That cost recovery calculation, as referenced in the staff report, includes an assumption that harbor infrastructure maintenance and replacement costs, as noted in the Harbor Department's published Schedule of 10-year capital replacement requirements and Schedule of 5-year capital major maintenance requirements, are being funded on the calendar schedule that's indicated in those schedules. So that's embedded in those percentages. That assumption is embedded in those, and Eric made reference to that, but I want to reiterate the point. Secondly, in terms of cost recovery for city docks and slips, Harbor Fund earnings from the Tidelands Trust lease properties have been contributing, and having been involved in the ad hoc finance committee for a while, I can tell you the contribution has been significant, has been contributing to the docks and slip expenses for years, not just recently, as opposed to substantial portions of those lease property incomes being made available for needed harbor infrastructure improvement. There's basically, the way things have been going, there's been no money put aside for infrastructure improvement, with the exception of money that's allocated for a portion of the Beach Street slips. And based upon some, my understanding from the Harbor Department, that based upon some discoveries about the utilities there, that's not quite enough. So the Harbor Department has studied and determined the useful life of major harbor infrastructure elements, including the docks and slips. In the case of the slips, as was briefly mentioned by the Harbor Director, the three clusters of the Beach Street slips have exceeded their useful life, and anybody that's moored there knows that. The useful life of the Dune Street slips is projected to 2030. That was a considered evaluation. And the useful life of the Tidelands slip is projected to 2030. In other words, it's the opinion of the city and some professionals that 10 years from now, that all of the Beach Street cluster is done and has potential issues, and that 10 years from now, the other two clusters of slips are going to need to be replaced. So, as I said previously, in terms of the Beach Street slips, there's replacement funding only available and allocated for the north cluster of the slips, and that is not all of the funding that's necessary to deal with them. Concerning the city's commercial fishing vessel slip fees, and this is in response to a couple of the fishermen chatting with me in the last few days, there is a temptation, this is me talking, this is not the Harbor Advisory Board talking, there's a temptation to compare them to other ports and marinas, both in California and points north. To look only at a monthly rate per foot of boat length from one facility to another, I would respectfully suggest, is not comparing apples and apples. In my profession, I have worked and do work in various ports, facilities on the west coast of the United States, and I can tell you from my personal experience that different facilities build their rate structure, their slip rate structure, on different applications of direct and indirect costs for operations, maintenance, and improvements. And every one of them does that somewhat differently. So it's a challenge to try to compare slip rates from facility to facility on an apples and apples basis. That's my opinion. Every Morro Bay harbor fee needs to not only cover its cost, or it can't continue, but it also needs to contribute to funding for infrastructure maintenance and replacement, or it can't continue. So thanks for your time, and that brings us to public comment. And by a show of hands, just so we know how much time we need to allocate, how many folks would like to provide public comment this evening? Okay, so that's great. And Mr. Hafer? Yes, and my question for you, I mean, the Harbor Advisory Board offered the Morro Bay Commercial Fishermen's Organization more time. Are you speaking for the organization or as an individual this evening?
I'm speaking for the slip holders and the organization in Morro Bay.
All right.
I won't need more time.
No, that's okay. So, I mean, that's a very significant, important group of people, so please, 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Chair Reisner, Commissioners. My name's Tom Hafer. I'm the president of the Morro Bay Fishing Organization and a slip holder in Morro Bay at Beach Street. What I would like to ask the Harbor Advisory Board and the City Council to delay the vote or the slip rates hike till November. And the reason that is because most of our slip holders, well, a lot of our slip holders are off in Oregon and Washington and fishing salmon for albacore in Northern California and salmon up Northern California too. So if you guys could see fit to just delay this till November, till they all get home in October, we can go over this a little bit more and look at possibly alternative funding to help the city of Morro Bay and the Harbor Department to come up with some capital building costs to help out. We do have funding sources that we can try to come up with. I need all my directors home to do this because we all have to look at this together. I would just appreciate if you guys could put this off till November and ask the City Council to do the same thing, and then why we put this off, we'll be working on different strategies and looking at different options we could go with to try to get funding for the city. If we're unable to delay this for a while, till November, maybe a minimum of a slip height, very minimum, if they need to do that. But I would really like to see this put off till November. And then we could probably come up with some decent funding to help Morro Bay and the Harbor Department out to fund new slips for the harbor. Okay?
That it?
Got it.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Next? Who'd like to go next? Wow. If you could help us out with your name, that we would appreciate that.
Good evening. My name is Fred Sears. I'm a founding secretary of the Commercial Fishermen's Association and served as president and director during the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And I'm living proof that we don't have enough of our organization here when they have to disinter me from the couch to come and talk to you. I would like to say that I went to the meeting, meeting that Mr. Chu put on, and it was very well done. He was a very precise man, and it was very nice. And Eric's presentation tonight was extremely concise. And these are the kinds of inputs that I feel that will make the process much smoother as we go forward to the council. I also, my priority and my recommendation to you is to try to postpone this early. I mentioned at the meeting that we postponed the harbor advisory meeting till late October, maybe last week of October, and then try to get in the first 2 weeks to the city council. In the meantime, we'll be gathering more and more of the membership and be able to work with more and more ideas. We're dealing with a very short time period here. When Mark Tognazini informed me of this a week ago, and I got the message for the meeting on Monday after I got home from the meeting. Eric had been really busy working on his spreadsheets and doing his job and just jammed up tight. And it wasn't until 11:30 that day that he got the email out. And so therefore, we had 4 people at that meeting. And we've had a little bit more time. We've gathered a little bit, a few more people, but this is a very small percentage of our fishermen and our commercial fishermen. And we've always, our Commercial Fishermen Association has always tried to be a part of the planning process of the harbor. From the time that we met with Murray Warden on the first installment of City Slips. And we've tried to work with, we worked Coastal Commission, we worked pre-harbor commission, we were working with the city. And we really tried to be a big part of the community. So I would really humbly ask you to give us a postponement, give us some time, let us bring our best foot forward and avoid unnecessary drama for Eric and unnecessary heartache for Tom. Thank you so much, and thank you for your service to the city. We really appreciate it and always have.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
I'm Mark Tognazini, and I've been a slip holder at Beach Street for in excess of 30 years. I also probably pay more waterfront lease monies to the city than anybody else with their restaurants and my boat. I understand what Eric's up against, but we do ask you to, if you can get some kind of postponement, some of our greatest minds and leaders are up in Oregon right now, and I'm sure they'd like to be part of this. I found it odd that we found out about this about 2 weeks ago, and we were told by the city the other night that actually they can move on this within 2 weeks of notification. I find that unacceptable, especially with what we do for a living. I do want to also say that the word subsidized comes up when they talk about our slips. And I think you need to realize that people come to Morro Bay for who we are. We don't need to change. We don't have to be Santa Barbara. We don't have to be Santa Cruz. We need to be Morro Bay. We take care of our garbage, take care of our streets, take care of our bathrooms. On the weekends now, we are at maximum carrying capacity on the waterfront, period. Anybody who says anything different is wrong. Even during the week, it can be tremendous bad. And Ron, I think at a time over the weekend, they were actually backed up all the way to the rock over and over and over again. And we see it often, especially when there's tremendous heat inland. So anyhow, I think you have to look at this word subsidy, and maybe the city, maybe we're subsidizing the city, because people come here to see the boats. That's what they come here for. They come here to see the waterfront and the boats, and if the commercial fleet goes away, or continues to be squeezed like we have been squeezed already, goes on and on every day, we won't be here in another 10 or 20 years. People still may be coming here, but then maybe we'll become Pismo Beach then, or maybe we'll become someplace else, and those people that found us and like us the way we are, they're going to go someplace else too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Craig Barbary, formerly with a preamble down by the lawn tramp. My wife and I have fished out of Morro Bay for about 29 years now, and we fished out of Avila for 15 years prior to that. We've fished most ports from San Diego to Sitka, Alaska. There's no place we'd rather be than Morro Bay. Got the best harbor department, have the best community. Don't have the best facilities, but we're not complaining about that. You know, something other than a stainless basin for a toilet would be nice that wasn't half a mile from my boat, things like that. And I'm asking for a postponement on a decision on this too. We have some really brilliant minds that are out trying to make a living right now, and it'd be good if they could get back and help brainstorm this thing. You know, we've helped put in the ice facility, we've helped repair engines on the harbor patrol boats. Avila, through our cable committee fund, has been able to put a new fuel facility in. We've got a lot of potential, but we need the brains here to help put it together. I know anybody with a lease anywhere that was suddenly struck with a 50% increase over their lease would probably be going to court. That's not us, and that's not our right, but it's pretty hard to swallow. Incremental increases are way more acceptable, so if we have to do something, let's go that way. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Brayton, I'm a slip owner here.
I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat your last for me?
Bob Brayton.
Thank you.
I'm a resident of Morro Bay and a slip leasee, I guess you could call it. And I am also just seconding the fact that we need to wait until everybody comes back. We can have our association meeting with the fishermen and come up with some ideas. I got a list of ideas here, but I don't think this is the forum for that. I think it's more to get the minds of all of the other fishermen together and come up with some good ideas to present to the board. So if we could wait till November to make this decision, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? You're welcome. Okay, we'll close public comment. So that brings us to Harbor Advisory Board questions for staff on the basis of the staff report.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to jump in and answer a question that I think Mr. Hackman brought up at the meeting on Tuesday, and also Tom asked me earlier, whether or not he's got to recuse himself because he's a slip holder, and the answer is no. This is pretty much identical when Neil Maloney was here because he rented a slip.
And myself.
And yourself. You're a temporary renter, you're not permanent. And the reason why, well, he's kind of permanent, but the reason why being is that in regard to Mr. Hackman's slip, we're not discussing his rates only, and this isn't something that's discussing him or maybe one or two other people. It's all of our slip holders equally, and as long as it's affecting everybody equally, he can participate and vote. And we considered this concept a couple of years ago, and this was through the city attorney, and this was their reasoning and their ruling for it. So you're fine to be completely involved.
It's not just he. There are other members of this board that utilize harbor facilities and do directly or indirectly pay fees associated with that usage.
Correct.
And all of whom, according to the city attorney, need not recuse themselves.
If we were talking about the yacht club lease or something, then Dana would probably be conflicted and have to step off, and probably Lynn too.
Sure, sure.
So that's the reasoning behind it, so you're fine.
Yeah, but this is the galaxy of users. Yeah. Okay. Harbor Advisory Board questions for staff on the staff report. Therese? Oh, Jean?
I have one, but continue on, I'll come back to me.
Okay, Owen? Now, this is not a discussion. These are questions about the staff report.
I don't think I do. I could share some that I talked to Eric about on Tuesday, but he was pretty helpful at that time. So.
Okay, well, that opportunity would probably, if you feel so moved, would come when we start moving our way down through these line items.
Oh, okay.
Sure. Lynn?
My only question at the moment is when you say when they established the 85% cost recovery for slips and the T-piers, why was that number picked? Why did they do that? Was that a community benefit rationale or something else?
That is a great question. I don't know the answer to that. because I wasn't directly involved with that resolution when it was put in place. Good question.
I'm sorry, you can't. Sorry. What?
Can I ask
Fred, do you have special knowledge about that?
my question is why the 85% dealing with the slips was not passed through the harbor?
Yeah, we can't get into that this evening, I'm sorry. It's not,
But it is, everything is that was the purpose of the Harbor Advisory Board, was to pass.
the Harbor Advisory Board serves at the pleasure of the city council.
Very good.
Let's bring that to the August 8th meeting. I'll do some homework.
And my point of that is that has to do with our agenda.
We can do that discussion on the 8th. That's the venue for doing back and forth discussion.
Thank you. Did you hear that? Okay, thank you. That's pertinent. Lynn, anything else?
No.
Mark?
Jean had a comment? I don't know.
You want to go back to Eugene? Have you
No, I was
contemplated?
just going to comment on Lynn, but we'll discuss it later on.
Oh, okay. Mark? Questions for staff?
Reading through the report, I noticed that there's basically 3 columns, which are the direct cost, the overhead cost, and then capital replacement and recovery cost. That's on page 525. Through those 3 columns, you can see that the majority of the cost that is being allocated to these 2 areas is in the capital replacement and repair cost. In the pink column or salmon colored column. Now those costs that are showing there, which in this instance total $822,000, $822,000 represents what number? Is that a year's allocation of the cost for the next 10 years, or what does that number represent?
That number represents the total capital costs, which are the replacement of the specific slips, and we never replace quote-unquote the piers. About every 20 years they get about $500,000 worth of work. You don't just tear down a pier and rebuild. It's constantly being repaired in big chunks. So it represents those costs. It also represents the capital costs of, for instance, there's for our employee time and the effort that our department has to put into managing the slips. There's our harbor department building, and there's a cost to that department building that gets allocated, and there's for the vehicles, for us driving around in our vehicles to deal with managing the slips and doing what we do. There's a little portion of the vehicles, so it's all of our capital, all of our stuff costs, all factored in, and those are those 2 numbers. And that, in this spreadsheet, and I'll reiterate again, and I'll give you some numbers from another one, those are assuming as if we're funding based on the useful lives as laid out in our current spreadsheets. If you take the capital approach from spread it over the useful life, another 30, 35 years on the slips, or like say piers, you don't really have a useful life. Their useful life is indefinite unless something drastically changes. You just do major chunks over the years, which is typically, like I say, about every 20 years. If you amortize it over that basis, in other words, ignore the fact that we need to replace all the Beach Street slips now, ignore the fact that we need to do Dune Streets and Longchamp in about 10, and let's say everything was just replaced yesterday and we're starting from scratch. At our current fee rates, on the slips we're at about 53% of recovery, and on the piers about 61% at current rates. So unfortunately that's not where we are now. We're at the point now where we've got a bunch of old facilities that are going to need replacement sooner than that. So that's kind of the 2 pictures that our capital costs are based on. And so if you look at the same the same graphic that you're looking at with the two salmon columns, and you look at it from that basis, it's got some very different numbers in there. The capital number on the slips is 200,000 and change, and the piers is 50,000. So it becomes very different if you look at it from that standpoint.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, I hope?
Yes, what we're indicating is that we would have to have, this 822,000 is basically a portion of the deferred liability, correct, or is that incorrect?
Correct. And to answer the second part of your question, how long does that go on, 10 years or so?
I was reading into that with a 2030.
Yeah, would be correct, and we had a little bit of this discussion, I think, maybe more afterwards at our meeting on Tuesday that I had with the fishermen, and the old, running joke that, once the government increases your tax, it'll never decrease it. This would assume that once you get caught up to that funding and you get the money in the bank and you build it up quickly by 2030 and you replace those things, then you drop back down to the normal amortization schedule. So I would almost say guarantee, but anticipate that 10 years out would be the rate at which we'd have to put funds away at this drastic rate to put money in the bank, and then it drops back down to the second scenario that I said, where we're about 50% and 60%. If nothing's done with the fee amounts.
As a follow-on to that, for instance, if we were talking now about the 50% cost recovery and costs or the fees were doubled to make to 100% cost recovery going forward as if everything was new today, do you have a number of what your shortfall would be in 10 years?
I'm going to have to get you to re-ask that, or rephrase that. I didn't follow.
Certainly. We were looking at a 26% cost recovery to fund the unfunded liability and go forward with repairing all of the things between now and 2030. We say it drops to 20 or 51%, I believe you said, unfunded liability, as if everything was new today and we had no deferred capital needs. In other words, we had our piggy bank currently stocked with an appropriate number. Do you have an idea of what that number would be in 10 years if, in other words, how much of a shortfall would we still be in based on doubling the fees?
On collections from the slips and docks only?
Correct.
Without any contribution from any other line item?
Correct. Just as a for instance number.
If we doubled the fees today, where would we be? Is that your question? So if we doubled the fees today, where would we be in 2030?
Because we had a number that, you were looking at a number that said this would fully fund it.
I understand what you're asking. We would be, and this is, and I hate to do math in public, but I'm going to try. The number, if you were to implement the findings from the study today, full whack, in other words, not phase it, not a percentage of it, full bore, not 85%, but at 100%, our monthly slip rates would be about $19 per foot per month. We're currently at $5.10. So that's a number that gets us to where we believe we would need to be in 2030. So if you double our rates now and you go to 10, that's roughly a little more than halfway to 19. So I'm going to say we'd be a little more than halfway funded.
In 2030.
In 2030. On the schedule we want to be on without anything else happening.
Follow along, maybe this works or not, but if we said everything was brand new today and we were short $3 million and we funded it to where it would be fully funded for its going forward basis.
Right.
In 10 years, we would still be underfunded by 3 million.
In terms of the entire harbor.
In terms of the reserve fund.
Yeah, I understand, but for the entire harbor, I mean, these folks up, sitting out here are interested in the slips, but so what you just said is, what you just said is correct, but it's for the entire harbor.
Right, I'm addressing, the entire harbor, as this was the line item for them.
If everything were new today, and I'm going to answer this maybe this is exactly what you're asking, but I'm going to put this another way. And I sent this a few days ago, to the commercial fishermen as well, so just trying to be as transparent and get as much info out there as possible. If everything was, we were up to speed and everything was new today and we had done everything we needed to do on the piers and all caught up, we would have to go to get to 100% recovery from today forward, amortized over 30 years for the slips and longer for the piers. Our slip rates would be about 960. And that would keep us fully funded into the future.
If everything was correct.
If everything was all nice and new and shiny. And piers would be about 50 cents per foot per day, and right now they're at 30.
In other words, is that just maintenance, or is that also allocating for replacement at the end of this hypothetical period of time?
Both.
Both.
Because the way I've got our schedules penciled out is, one, the replacement at the end of the life, and two, in that 30 to 35, sometimes 40 or more, depending on how well things hold up, you do some major maintenance forays. In other words, sometimes at the point you got to go and redo electrical systems or redo water systems if your slips are still in good shape. So that assumes all those costs are in there.
But just to be clear, that hypothetical with that number attached to it, just to be clear, assumes that all of that infrastructure, I'm turning to slips now, just the slips, because that's what we segued to just now. All of those slips are new today with a 30-year life remaining. That's the foundation of the hypothetical $9.60. Is that correct?
Correct. And that's at 100%. If you put the 85% multiplier on it, it's down to $7.50.
So what we need to do in this discussion is we need to make sure that if we're talking hypotheticals, my word, nobody else's, as opposed to actual, we need to make clear that that's what we're doing, so that folks that are listening understand that that's what we're doing.
And those numbers assume nothing else changes from the service standpoint, from other revenue source standpoint, or being able to make it up with other revenue sources.
For 30 years.
If things come along, yeah.
For 30 years. Okay. Go ahead.
Let me move on.
No. Oh. No, you're doing fine. No, let's. No.
Okay. What is the number for the piers and slips for their deferred maintenance portion of our unfunded?
Sorry, can you ask that again? I'm probably going to ask you that a lot.
What is the number for deferred maintenance for our piers and slips alone, not including other portions of the harbor infrastructure?
Just maintenance, not replacement.
Maintenance and non-funded amortization of replacement.
Oh, both.
Both.
Stand by. I'll see what I can come up with. Are we talking just slips, or do you want piers too?
Piers and slips in general. We have a number of 1,298,000.
We have a number of 1,000,003, it doesn't mean we're right.
Right.
You really want to make me do public math, don't you?
And that doesn't include the B Street North.
That's right.
It has already been allocated.
Awkward silence.
No, take all the time you need. This is very important stuff, and anybody that's listening should be intensely interested in the numbers.
Approximately $2.3 million.
And the rates that we were talking about are specifically against those numbers, not against the 3 million for the entire harbor liability, correct?
Correct.
Because the study separated those costs by these individual activities, right?
Yeah, I call them business lines. Yeah,
Business lines, yeah.
Basically, we got lease administration, slips, piers, moorings, liveaboards, and other shower takers.
You said? Dana and Sharice, do you mind if I go back to Owen? Okay, Owen?
Thank you. It was just related, I think it was more or less covered, but just, if you look at, we're paying, or the slip holders are currently paying 227% of the operating costs and the program costs, not including, obviously, the capital improvements. And if you, so that leaves a surplus over the operating cost of $86,000 a year currently, right? And so obviously, you wish you could go back 30 years ago, but if you multiply that out by 30 years, that's like $2.8 million. So I just thought, and if you doubled the slip rates, then yeah, you would have far above what we'd need to. I'm just saying that there's a lot of money over the years that hasn't gone into the pot, so to speak, because people thought we'd always have that lease money, right, from the power plant and that.
The first part of what you said is absolutely true. The second part, I can't speak for anybody else. There's a lot of money that didn't go into the pot. Anything else?
No, I will do it.
Okay. Dana? No. Sharice? This is for staff.
Okay, as far as the slips that the harbor department maintains and manages, are any of them not able to be leased out? In other words, like the other buildings that have docks and some of the other slips are owned leased privately by a master leaseholder, are any of them, which those leaseholders are responsible for the maintenance and the upkeep and the cost associated with it. Are any of these particular areas capable of being master leased out to anyone for?
That was actually a concept that was brought up at the Tuesday night meeting. Why couldn't we have, I think the fishermen said, well, you know, there's a chance that we could manage them and do it that way, and I'd actually never even thought about that, and it's same concept. I don't see why not. Like I said, as of Tuesday night, it wasn't anything I'd ever really thought about. It's just been, you know, when I started here 26 years ago, those were just the little bits of city slips that we had for whatever reason stuffed in between. I don't know why we ended up with those, and those weren't part of any lease site. I mean, obviously there's nothing opposite them on the land in terms of a lease site, but they're close to several lease sites, but I don't know why the city chose to do it that way back in the day. I mean, but it's a potential. I mean, that's something that could be on the table.
Okay, so the next question is, where in this is the money that goes to this? All right, where was I? Okay, so as far as the money that goes to the city for maintenance of garbage and bathrooms, is that in here at all?
In terms of a cost?
Right.
Yes, it's, again, the direct costs are personnel and those things in our operating budget, which is mostly utilities, which is garbage, electricity and water, and then our operating day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month maintenance and repair and other things we put into the slips. That's direct cost. Overhead, citywide overhead, that's mostly other departments giving us the services we get, and those percentages allocated to whatever percent of our time. So when we first worked with a consultant on this, we spent a good deal of time with all of our personnel were tasked with how much time do you spend on A, B, C, D, E, and I did that personally. Lori did, Harbor Patrol, everybody did that, and we all allocated our time to all these different tasks that we do, both money-making and non-money-making. And so those numbers were turned into dollars, and that's what you see in those columns, you know, what the personnel costs are, what percent of our time, and then of that percent of time, well, how much from the cost allocation, overhead, city support do we get, and multiplies through those percentages that we do for the business lines, and you come up with the direct cost, the overhead cost. So several factors went into that, and a lot of ground truthing, not just with our department, but going also through finance to make sure that everything looks right and is allocated properly.
So it's kind of all over in here?
Oh, it's all over.
Okay.
But it's really looking at all the costs, not just our direct costs of you know, managing the accounts receivable, the taking money, Harbor Patrol services, maintenance, and direct stuff like that. It's the percentage of our vehicles. Like I say, there's an allocation of our vehicles, our trucks, the cost of our trucks, driving around, there's a little cost of that that gets allocated to the slips because we got to drive a truck to go do stuff. So it's a long, complicated model. It's the reason it took, you know, better than a year to do this through the city, because it's a lot of little factors that go in. But that's what RCS, Revenue and Cost Specialists, that's what they do, and so they know how to set up these spreadsheets. I mean, the spreadsheets are kind of mind-boggling how these things all tie together. But
Okay, so a couple other little maybe weird questions. Does the Harbor Fund pay any money into street cleaning?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then
Yeah, I don't think so. I was thinking of the cost allocation again, because that's where it would be.
Yeah.
I know we don't pay directly to the street cleaner.
Okay. And then the pump out. Can you describe it? Like, I mean, how do people pay for, or do they pay for it? It's going to be something that I use later as a question. So, pump out.
Vessel sewage pump out?
Yeah, it's completely free? Is it easy to use?
It's free to use. We purchase those through grants, through Boating and Waterways, so the capital costs are borne by a grant. We actually got a maintenance grant to do the one at Tidelands Dock, so some of our maintenance is grant funded. Most of it's been in-house over the years.
Okay.
And the cost that we spend on that, and then to follow up on the last question, for the pump out, there's water usage to that, and there's electrical and our maintenance another time managing that. It's not very large. It's a pretty small cost. I have no idea what the number is. And so a small portion of that cost lives in the liveaboard fees.
Right, and that's where I'll use it eventually.
Because the liveaboards use the pump out, and so there's a small portion of that that's factored into the cost of us administering the liveaboard program. I'm pretty sure the pump out costs weren't factored into our slips. Because although some of our commercial fishermen may use the pump outs, it's probably once in a blue moon because they're out to sea most of the time and parked here the rest of the time, so.
Okay, that concludes my questions.
Eric, you touched on much earlier this evening the Harbor Accumulation Fund. Given that we're talking about money and where it's parked and where it's not parked and where we have it and where we don't have it, would you very briefly identify the nature of the Harbor Accumulation Fund and let us know how much money is in that fund currently and whether any of it is earmarked for a capital project or not? Please.
So Harbor Accumulation Fund is our piggy bank that when we earn more revenues over expenses in any given year, that's where it goes. And it's a fund that collects a little more money than just sitting in the city's normal bank account. And so that's always been our piggy bank, our war chest for capital projects. Currently, the balance is somewhere between $450,000 and $500,000, I believe. Pretty much all of that is allocated to projects in this budget year. I've got 400 and some odd thousand towards the Beach Street slips, 10,000 each for the two T-piers, or maybe the South T-pier's got 20, 10,000 to the ice machine, and I think that's it.
And where does that money come from? I know you said it's surplus, but the point I'm trying to get to is the harbor is not funded by the city. The general fund does not contribute to the harbor, so where does the money come from?
It comes entirely from our lease sites and the revenues from the businesses on the west side of the Embarcadero, our commercial fishing boat slips, the mooring fees from the boaters out in the bay, and other miscellaneous fees from the users on the bay. And from the leaseholders, it comes from basically an annual rent for the building and a percentage of their sales. No taxes, no sales tax, no property tax.
No TOT.
No transient occupancy tax. All those taxes go to the general fund.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next...
Another question.
Sure.
On page 38, then again on page 42, the study shows that, both the revenue and the total service cost column, reading off the report here, shows a $2,001,000 total revenue, and it shows a $2,701,000 total service cost, which leaves a net, what they say as subsidy, what they're calling a subsidy of $700,000. Where is that money slated to come from?
I believe, and this is, I believe the $2,000,007 includes, it depends on how the spreadsheet is set up. It looks to me like that $2,000,007 probably includes what's coming out of the accumulation fund for the capital projects. Well, that's only 400 some odd thousand. We're not operating in the red to the tune of $700,000 a year in our operating budget.
Not as an operation, but as an overall with regard to accumulation fund, right?
Yeah. Yeah, infrastructure funding.
We're going negative every year with regard to infrastructure funding.
That number probably also includes, my guess is that number probably also includes depreciation as a cost. Because $700,000 is, if we were operating that much in the red, I'd be looking at a lot more than raising some slip fees to try and make up for it. We would cease to operate in very short order if that was our cash flow. So I've got to assume that there's some depreciation and other paper costs in there. Plus the capital program of $400,000 and from an overall, and this is where it gets into accounting and CPAs, which is an interesting art form in and of itself. I'm a simple guy. I see dollars in, dollars out, and money on paper just is kind of something you do for the tax man.
Basically depreciation represents basically whatever your asset is going down in value, or it's how much it's wearing out per year. You normally, in an accounting sense, reserve for that, and that's why it's shown as an expense?
Possibly. I mean, ideally, you do funded depreciation. We've never done that as a city, although maybe we have. I shouldn't say we've never, but in general, we should have done funded depreciation and funded all these facilities over the years, and then when it reaches the end of its useful life, okay, money's in the bank, here we go. Yeah, that's never been our way we've operated in general, so.
I'll say last.
Which would be, if you did funded depreciation, that's a true cost, because now you're taking money that you earned somewhere and putting it in the bank.
But just before we ask you next, during the next workshop, will there be a revenue and cost specialist representative there?
I don't know that question, but I can find out.
If there is, for all of our sakes, our communal sakes, could you floor that question, please?
I will. I know the finance director, Jennifer Calloway, will be there, and she's very deeply involved in this.
She will know. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Chutai, the fellow from RCS that did all this work, may be there.
Yeah. That's a great question, so I'd appreciate knowing the answer to that.
And my last question, is there any limitation for the Harbor District to borrow money to cover the unfunded liabilities and amortize the cost over time?
Not that I'm aware of. We've got a loan out on the side, and there's speaking of relief in the future, we're $135,000 a year South Teeper loan has got 2 years left on it, this year and next, so that'll be a little bit of a light in the tunnel. It isn't a train coming the other way. Subject to normal banking practices where you got to make sure you're loanable and your revenues cover what you're proposing to do. Yeah, we've done it in the past. We took a loan from the general fund. Right when I first started, we were just finishing up with paying it off. I don't remember what it was for, but yeah, we've done loans. It's a it's a definite potential talking point in how to make him move forward on this and ease the burden.
Thank you.
Owen.
Yeah, how long of a term would a loan like that be, like you said, for the South T Pier normally?
The South T Pier was a loan from Boating and Waterways, and that was, what is that, Lori? Is that a 30-year loan? We rebuilt that when did it burn down? 90, come on, Gene, help me. 91?
It was 80s.
80, late 80s?
Must have been a 30.
I think we rebuilt it in the early 90s, maybe. So, yeah, 30-year.
Thanks.
Okay, so before we
one quick question?
Sure, of course.
So, Eric, let me get this straight in my head here. On your direct cost on your spreadsheet, for the employees, you have a total of $1,011,000, something or other. Then did you break that down into your 12 different categories?
Yes.
Okay, not the other way around. I was just curious whether there's any double dipping in a sense.
No, everything, we worked on all these spreadsheets and they all had columns that multiplied percentages and everything would automatically recalculate when you change numbers and everything had to come up to 100%.
Okay.
So everything was accounted for.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, so the next element of this is to give staff an opportunity to respond to any of the public comment that they've heard this evening, if you need to do that.
I think, and I'm pretty sure the fishermen have talked to both the city manager and others, but we are looking at the potential of delaying or postponing, or however we want to call it, to see about getting a little more time for getting input and coming up with a workable solution for this. So we're talking to the city manager, and eventually I'd probably end up bringing the mayor into that conversation. So we are actively looking at that with the finance director as well. Again, that September, first meeting in September is when they're tentatively scheduled to adopt this fee schedule. We're not the only set of fees that are something less than 100% recovery. The recreation department's got a lot of fees that aren't, and community development too. We'll see how the next meeting goes on the 8th. So there may be some other stakeholder groups. Obviously on Tuesday, we only had you folks. It was a few other people in the audience, but it was really only the fishermen that came and spoke about fees. We'll see if we get some more public input on the other business lines in the city, and it may be an issue bigger than just the harbor department. So we'll see what happens next week.
Okay, thank you. So before we get into the business lines themselves, I'd like to, with the indulgence of the audience, I'd like to take a 5-minute break, five-minute break. We're taking a 5-minute break. Agenda item B5 is to consider the 33 business lines which appear on page 522, 523, and 524 of the cost of services study. So please get those in hand. Those pages show the current fees, and on the right-hand side, they show suggested fees on the basis of the cost of services study. And it is the suggested fees that the City Council has tasked us with considering and making a recommendation to them about. So it's going to be a little laborious, but I don't know any other way than to take the business lines one at a time. As it happens, the commercial fishing slips, from which several folks are waiting for and probably watching at home, is not the first one, but we're going to get to it pretty quick, and it's not the 33rd one either. So let's start with Anchorage area. Anchorage area combined, both first 5 days is 0. You can see it. I don't want to read them. Just look at them for yourselves. And 522. 8th item down.
Oh, 8th item down.
You're going to have to find it with me. You're going to have to do it. You're going to have to do a search and destroy. So we can, I need a motion, and our options are that we recommend to the city council that the suggested fee be accepted, that we recommend to the city council that it not be accepted, or we recommend something other. And in order to discuss it, we need a motion in a second.
You're talking about A15 Anchorage area daily rate foot over 5 days to 38 cents.
Correct.
I would move that we accept this recommendation.
I would second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of recommending the suggested fee to the city council?
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Okay,
Mr. Chairman, are you planning on doing a vote on every?
I am. I don't know any other way to do it. Would you suggest something other?
No,
I thought about doing them in blocks. I thought about doing the whole thing. It just doesn't work.
Okay, just don't move through too fast. You might look over and make sure, although we look at the tape too, but.
Okay, so the next one on my list is floating dock. So that is number 7 on page 522. 30 cents to 45 cents.
What floating dock?
Yeah.
We don't have one anymore.
The sea lions are going to pay?
We still have a floating dock.
You still have a floating dock.
We still have it. I haven't figured out how to make the sea lions pay yet, but I'm working on it.
We have.
Well, that isn't that floating dock, is it?
That's that floating dock.
Oh, okay, so in the time that you folks spend dealing with that, so who is it that's an excellent question, who are you gonna bill?
The Marine Mammal Center.
Why is this in here?
It just is.
Okay, we're moving past that one.
I move we move past it.
Thank you, we have to do that way, thank you very much, Mark. Is there a second to move past it?
Second.
Okay, discussion, none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, none? Okay, moving past that one, the next one is city moorings, monthly rate. City moorings, monthly rate. That is on the top of page 5, come on you guys, it's on the top of 523, you got 3 pages.
You're missing something. You're skipping some on 522.
That's not how we're gonna do it, so.
Are you done with 522?
We're coming back to 522.
Why are you jumping around? I mean, I can scroll up and down, I'm just curious. Hello?
I'm thinking. I had a number of reasons, but they may not be valid at this point. Okay, we'll take them in line. So commercial fishing slips, monthly rate per foot. So I would say that is at the top of 522. Some possible recommendations for this body to the city council regarding that business line item are delay consideration until October so that the Morro Bay Commercial Fishermen's Organization can meet with the city. Number B, in no particular order or preference, endorse the proposed fee, suggested fee. Number C, recommend a programmed approach, some increase over some number of years, or whatever. But I need a motion to start this.
I have a question.
You can't ask me a question until we have a motion.
Move. I move that we recommend to the city council that this be deferred until the Commercial Fishermen's Organization can address the topic more thoroughly.
I second it.
Okay, now discussion. Sharice?
If they get deferred to be discussed, is it going to come back to us before it goes to the city council? Or is our recommendation at this time the only time that we're going to be able to have any kind of recommendation?
I don't know the answer to that. It's absolutely up to the city council. Any other discussion on the motion? I have a point on the motion. Any other discussion on the motion?
Can the city council carve out one piece out of the entire fee schedule?
Unknown to me, that based upon the last time around, there was reluctance, but this is a very powerful interest group. By that, I mean they have legitimate interest, so, and I think the council probably will recognize that, but I have no idea. I cannot speak for the city council. Owen?
Speaking to what Sharice was saying, would it be possible to request the continuance to a later date and also request that the city council sends it back to us for discussion before they make a decision?
Sure. My intention is that when we're done with this process is to provide the city council with a report that on a business line item by line item basis lets them know what our recommendation was, what the adopted recommendation of this body is, which means a majority of this body. Dana?
I was just curious if, Owen, if you wanted to make an amendment to that motion with that caveat included?
And if you do, I would suggest that it also include, it was missing the reference to the city council. To the Commercial Fishermen's Organization actually working with the city council.
Okay.
It just said until they got back. I understand that part.
Yeah. Until, yeah.
But that's a little too open-ended for me.
Yeah, I'll say.
Point of order.
So I'll make.
Does she have to withdraw her motion before he makes his?
She didn't make a motion.
She didn't make a motion.
There's a discussion.
But at this, thank you, but at this point, the motion can be amended if the second agrees. And if it gets getting a little too complicated, then withdraw your motion with the approval of the second and make a new motion.
I did make
I know,
a
I'm
motion.
looking down here. Yeah.
I will withdraw my motion if who seconded it? Mark agrees.
Actually, it was Jean. It was Jean that was the second.
I'll withdraw.
Okay,
Second.
so who would like to restate a motion?
I'll restate the motion. So let me make sure I don't.
Take your time.
Okay.
Take your time, take your time.
So I'd like to move that this be given a continuance until November, so that the commercial fishermen and commercial fishermen organizations and the slip leaseholders can engage with the city council as needed, and also that the city council would send it back to the Harbor Advisory Board before making a final decision.
Okay, so just for those of you that are not super familiar with the parliamentary process, if there's no second, the motion does not move forward, and there's an opportunity to restate the motion. Did you just second it?
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion? I think I would respectfully suggest that a date certain not be put in that motion, that it simply be when the Morro Bay Commercial Fishermen's Organization has an opportunity to work directly with the city council. I would say not just the city council, I would say with the city, capital C, because that can include the city manager as well. And then the rest of it I thought was fine. But it's up to you. It's up to you.
So revised, but I guess I would, it seems, I mean, we are somewhat engaging now, right? But that we're able to engage to more fully, right? Would that be more appropriate, or?
Can you say that? Can you say that a little differently?
So we're somewhat engaging now, right? So I don't want to just say when we've engaged at all with the city council.
Well, we are not engaging at all.
No, the commercial fishermen have somewhat engaged.
Well, I can't speak for the commercial fishermen.
Okay.
This is how this body is going to deal with this particular business line at this time. What the commercial fishermen do or the city does, we have no control over.
Okay, I would suggest November date.
Okay? It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? One? Carries. Did you folks get that, Lori, with your excellent?
She's going to be watching a lot of video.
Yeah, okay. All right, so that takes us to the third line item, which is head float berth. Monthly rate, $205 to $256.25.
I move that this recommendation be accepted.
Is there a second? Okay. Are we thinking, or are we rejecting the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Carries. Transient slips, and I'm going to combine the two of these together, monthly sublease rate per foot and daily rate per foot. So this has to do with transient slips. If the board's okay, I would suggest we deal with them together, 10 to 15 and $1 to $1.50. Motion?
I move that we accept this rate as listed.
Both the line items? Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion? Lynn?
Yes, my question...
You're not on.
It is on.
Is your light on?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you.
My question is, at 15 and 150, are you going to get any business? That's, I know that there are a lot of boaters that come in, and they're the ones that take the transient slips. But should it happen that revenue actually decreases because the rates are that high, would there be a way to amend it?
There's always a way to go back to council and address these things individually. If that were to be the case, and it's a decent amount of revenue, so the transient rate has always typically been roughly double or almost exactly double what the commercial rate is. And we probably make about let's say $100,000 on the slips, the commercial rate, and then the transient 40,000, maybe close to half again as much. So it's a significant amount of revenue.
Are you in a position to characterize the kinds of vessels? Pleasure or commercial?
Combination, mostly pleasure, recreational, but we do get commercial.
How about the occupancy?
We try to keep them as full as we can. I mean, they go empty here and there, but we put a fair amount of effort in to keep them as full as we can. And one way to...
Does the harbor department have a concern that if it went from, that if the monthly sublease rate per foot went from $10 to $15, that it would impact the amount of use? You are the ones that have the contact with the users.
It concerns me a little bit in that while 15 is getting up into the market, you know, the fair market in Morro Bay, when you go to the fair market in Morro Bay, whether you go to Morro Bay Landing or Giovanni's or boatyard slips they just put in, it's the quality is probably a little better than what we're able to provide. So having it up at market rate is, while a laudable goal, we're not providing necessarily the same level of service with our facilities.
Plus it's temporary.
It concerns me more so for the commercial fishermen that come from out of town and want to get into a slip, and pitting them against a recreational rate. So you might think about a transient commercial rate that's something in between.
Do you have slips that are dedicated for transients?
No, well, we've got a couple slips that are hard to rent long-term. We'll get a commercial fisherman in there, and then they'll move on to something better later. But we don't have any that are forever transient. We've gone some stretches where we haven't had somebody fill a slip for a while, but not a long, long time for too many slips.
So when you're talking transient slips, you're talking about fishermen not being in
When the
their
fishermen are
slip.
gone, we'll fill them
Then,
daily, weekly, monthly, however we can.
okay. Okay, I want to make sure that I understood that. Gene?
Eric, can we split that transient slips into commercial and recreational?
You can certainly make that recommendation.
We can make any recommendation we choose.
Would you?
So if that's the way we're going to go, then the motion needs to be withdrawn, and we need a new motion, which might consider that there be a split rate, recreational and commercial, and we need to consider what the number will be. So for instance, something like 14 for recreational and 12 for commercial, or something like that. Or leave it at 10? Is that, okay, all right, so who made the motion?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, is that okay with the second?
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, so is there a new motion on this business line?
I move that we divide the transient slip monthly and daily rates into two categories, one for commercial fishing and one for recreational boaters. Period.
And the numbers? 1250 and 15.
I was going to say 10 and 1250. I was just doing that one first, just to divide it up, but the numbers...
Well, we can do that. We can.
That was my motion.
Okay.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion?
Do we know what our neighbors are charging? What is Avila charging? Because like
You don't have any slips.
well, okay, that's true. But other regions that are within an easy reach, if they do come in to be here for the evening and they find out how much it's going to cost and they would want to go somewhere else.
Where would that other region be?
For slips? Mm-hmm. Anybody know?
Yeah, we do. Long ways away from here.
Got to count the weddings.
Other.
There's the yacht club, but we charge for an overnight.
Within the bay. I see. I'm sorry.
We also have
Within the bay.
monthly. I mean, I think staff is,
Well, hang on a second. So there's a question on the floor. Are we in a position to answer Sharice's question?
Is the question, do we have definitive information of what other people are charging? Is that your question?
Right. Do we know of any other regions around that have this service and what they charge?
Lynn?
We cannot really directly compare what the city does and what the yacht club does. The yacht club is the official city host for all transient yachts, for recreational vessels that come into the harbor and want a place to park their boat. We have one dock. They at times are asked to vacate their spot and come back later, which with the city, it is under slightly different terms, because it's when a fisherman comes back, which I think is probably more predictable and less frequent. There is also, we don't take commercial vessels, so that is not a comparison point. The other difference is we have some moorings, also for transients. And your moorings are a daily rate? Floating dock, you don't have...
We're not on that business
You're
line.
not on that, okay. So yes, we know what the cost is, but it is, well, we do know. Our costs at the yacht club for a transient vessel are from $25 to a range, $25, $35, $45, dependent on length, and above 60 feet, above 60 feet is $1.25 a foot. But that makes it hard to compare because these are by a daily rate per foot.
On a long-term basis, I pay close to the $15 a foot for my slip.
You pay 15 for your slip?
Close to.
Close to.
It's a private slip,
Yeah.
operated by, it's a private operator.
Okay, right. Okay. And other slips in the city?
That's in the market
Right.
for a nice, pretty nice slip.
Okay, and these slips have electricity?
Yep.
These ones, the
I'm sure.
transient, the ones that we're talking about increasing the price, they have electricity and that's
water.
it?
And water.
And water, okay. Wi-Fi?
Yep.
Anyway.
They do at the yacht club.
Well, yeah,
Okay, let's go,
Okay.
let's move it.
So $15 perhaps at a transient rate isn't awful. For a short term, if it's strictly transient. Maybe I was wrong in my original assessment.
Gene?
Yes, I'll make a motion to the city council that for the transit slips for commercial, monthly rate is $11 a rate per foot, and the daily rate per foot would be $1. And then for the recreational, the monthly rate would be $14, and the rate per foot would be $1.50.
I'll second that.
Discussion.
Wouldn't that make the daily rate less than the monthly rate by, anyway, if you're gonna go with 11, do you wanna do $1.10 to at least make it equivalent?
At $14 a day, the monthly rate's $420, and at $12, the monthly rate is $360. $420 and $360, so you can compare that against the day rate. And I'm sorry, Gene, could you repeat your day rate, your motion day rate?
Daily rate for commercial would be $1
Yes.
per foot.
Yes.
And recreation would be $1.50.
Before you vote, I need to bring something up,
Okay,
but finish the discussion.
please.
You finished with the discussion? So we have a previous motion and second on the table.
Yeah, I know we do.
I thought I heard him.
Yeah, we do.
Somebody said
The first motion was not about money. The first motion was to divide the child between commercial and recreational,
Okay.
which was approved. And now we're talking about money for each one of those.
I thought Dana moved to $10 commercial and.
Oh, thank you.
Something else on recreational.
You are correct, so Dana.
10 and 12.
You are correct.
So Dana needs.
that motion.
You withdraw that motion?
Withdraw it.
Okay.
And the second was?
And the second was?
Lynn?
Lynn?
Withdraw.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you for keeping us, yeah. We need all the help. Gosh knows we need the help.
We'll need coffee and donuts pretty soon.
Yeah. And dinner, yeah. So at $1.50, Gene's 14 per foot per month, and is $1.50 per day. The monthly would be $420, and the daily is $450. $450. Likewise, his proposed monthly is $360, and his proposed daily is $300. That, we're in discussion, so speak up.
I would say that if you made it $11, that would be higher if you stayed there for a month. And if they stayed there for a month and it was cheaper to go by the day, they would say, wait, I can just stay by the day. If you're going to do anything, you do it with a little bit of savings or at least the equivalent. So my amendment, if possible, or however I'm supposed to say it, is to make the transient slips monthly rate per foot 11, and the daily rate $1.10 or $1.20. I'm open to discussion about that, but it just needs to be at least $1.10.
$1.20 equals $360, which is the same as Jean's proposed monthly.
Exactly. I said it.
We're still in discussion, which we need to wrap up.
Can I, maybe I'm doing math in public.
I'm using a 30-day basis.
So at a monthly rate, and I'll just use Sharice's, well, let me use Jean. Jean, you were 11 and $1, right?
Yes,
For commercial.
yes.
So a 40-foot boat is going to be $440 on a monthly rate. On a daily rate, it's going to be $40 per day times 30 days. That's $1,200.
Oh, thanks.
So the daily rate isn't,
Oh, okay.
you're not getting cheaper by the day. We've always, and it's in our fee schedule, we say daily or monthly, whatever is less. So if you're under there for 3 or 4 days, there's a point at which you cross over that threshold, and then we just charge them the monthly rate. So I think we're fine daily, monthly when you're talking these numbers. You're not.
Well, no, that's okay. It's okay. So one easy fix for this is to just concentrate on, the line item says monthly sublease rate per foot. Monthly is the key word. So one way to, and then we bifurcate that and get down to the daily. And what we can do is use, Jean, if you want, it's up to you.
It's $450.
We can use your motion was for both. We could just concentrate on the monthly rate of, you said 14 and 11, and let the daily rate just do the math.
My motion stands.
Okay. Okay. And it was seconded.
I second.
Yes. Okay. Now call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Carries. I'm not quite sure how that's going to work for the Harbor Department, but
Well, that's how we do it now. I mean, we don't take a monthly rate and take a 30-day month and then divide it by 30 and come up with a number.
Okay.
Daily's always been higher because.
okay. So the next one is T-Pier's daily rate per foot. And we're at 30, and the suggested is 45 cents per foot.
I'll make a motion that we table this motion and we tie that in at the same time with the commercial slips for the review by the commercial fishermen.
Yeah, I understand that. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? None? Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you, Gene. Floating dock. We're not doing a floating dock. We struck that. We don't care about anchorage area because we're under 5 days. Temporary mooring large vessels or equipment requiring. $182, $273.
And that, I just want to clarify, that is typically for something that we need to move boats for, some big thing comes in, with the exception of Corps of Engineers, we don't charge them, but when we've got to move a bunch of boats or make special accommodation for somebody, That's what that gets applied to.
It's just a one-time fee? As they come in, it's a one-time fee, it's not a monthly, weekly, or any type of a rate fee? It's a fee for service?
I think it's daily.
Daily?
Yes.
Define a large vessel, please.
Dredge pipes. It's a good
Yeah,
example.
like I say, Corps of Engineers, we typically don't charge with the equipment when it comes, but a dredge company that needs half of the pier for some big barge of something, and we've got to move a bunch of boats out of the way and put other boats in different places and deal with moving things and accommodating them, stuff like that. Happens very rarely.
So let me ask the question, it was
A
already...
mega yacht, we get the 187-foot Italian mega yacht that wants pier space. And we got to move everybody. It's going to get whacked $182 a day.
I move that we accept this recommendation.
I second.
Moved and seconded, discussion?
Yes.
Gene?
A number of years ago, there was a dredge company who left their pipes here for months and months because it was cheaper to leave it here. There needs to be some kind of escalating clause that pushes them out of here.
Which is a good point. We've applied, in fact, that maybe part of where that came from is, this isn't just at the piers, this is anywhere. It could be out in the anchorage, like Gene says, they've staged out in the anchorage area and get charged for it.
So the line item description needs to be changed, or does it?
I don't think there's temporary moorage, large vessels or equipment requiring, there's something didn't.
Okay.
Something didn't fill through on that.
Yeah, we're missing the...
We're missing some language on there.
The temporal aspect of it.
Yeah, I'd have to...
Okay, there's a motion on... So call the question. Does everybody understand what the motion refers to? Okay, call the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Oh, opposed? Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's not
Undefined.
Gee, no, I'm still thinking about Gene's point, which was a really good one. Yeah, well.
I think it has to do with the definition of temporary.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay, we're done. Impound fee, we don't need to worry about, there's no suggested. Impound fee vessels daily storage rate per foot, $1.50 to $2.25. Is there a motion?
I move to accept this fee as listed.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so I have a question. Who pays this?
It's the jail cost.
The impoundee. If we have to impound a boat for something.
And have you ever collected?
Yeah.
Ah.
And it'll also, if it doesn't get collected and it becomes an impound, it turns into a lien sale, we put that cost into the sale price, and every once in a while we recoup some of it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Just gets it there.
Any other discussion? Owen?
Is that a one-time fee, or is that daily, or?
Daily
Okay.
storage.
Daily per foot.
I saw the 213, sorry.
Yeah, the 213 is just for the privilege of having your boat.
We're not talking about 213 because there's no number on it for us, so what, any other discussion on this item? Call it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Carries. City moorings, monthly rate. City moorings. How many are there, just by way of
Approximately 10. Those are the ones we own and rent out to
Yeah,
boats.
approximately 10, okay. So from $260 a month to $275 a month. Motion?
I move to accept this rate as listed.
Second? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded, discussion?
Is that
Go ahead.
any length of boat? It doesn't matter? It's not by length?
No, it's not by length. And most of our moorings are at the lower end, the 36 to 40-foot length.
The more determines how big the boat can be.
Yeah, we don't have any really big moorings for big boats.
Oh, I thought you had two.
That's the impound one,
Ah,
35.
okay, okay.
Anything else? Call the question. All in favor of the motion? Aye. Opposed? None? Carries. Private moorings, monthly rate. 90 to 94. It's an interesting number. Motion?
I move to accept this rate as listed.
Second? Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second, discussion?
Yes, as the private moorings right now are generating more money than it costs the city, I would suggest that we just do the cost of living index to this number.
And I think that might be lower than 90, so if we just stayed at 90, I'd be okay with that being a
Well,
mooring.
the cost of living is currently a little under 3%, so that's $2.90. As opposed to $4.
Compared to the rest of, or as I understand the market, the other moorings in Morro Bay, a monthly rate of $90 a month for a private mooring to store a boat or to keep a boat?
No, that's for the mooring owners, which either they own their own boats or they
okay,
rent them back out.
You're renting the titles.
I'm sorry, I
That's okay.
went
That's all
off
right.
thinking in different ways.
No, that's okay. That's for renting the bottom.
Right.
And that's a
Right.
90 to 94 is 4.4%.
Rounded up to 95.
Yeah, and that doesn't, I mean, that's exactly what it is. You're renting the bottom. It doesn't
Right.
cover the cost of maintenance or anything else. And basically, if you read the lease, the city can take it away from you at any time. So it tries to keep the value of your mooring down by having it that way, which it does somewhat. And you pay property tax on it.
I'm okay with 94.
Any other discussion on this item? Okay, call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Carries. Guest moorings, daily rate per foot, 30 cents to 45 cents.
Where are the guest moorings?
Impound moorings.
Oh,
We call them the impound moorings,
okay.
the big ones.
I thought that was 85.
This is,
I move that we accept this rate as listed.
is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded, discussion. How many of these are there, please?
3.
It's good to have a moorings expert right here at hand. 3 of them, yeah, okay, all right. Any other discussion on this item? Okay, call the question, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Carries. Mooring ownership transfer fee for private moorings, $1,205 to $1,259.
I move to accept this rate as listed.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion?
Who pays this? Is this the buyer or the seller?
That's negotiated.
Just curious.
It's real estate, so it's negotiable. Any other discussion? Lynn?
Is this a fee that is charged when a private mooring is sold to a different private party?
Correct.
So if I own my own mooring and I sell it to Dana, he's going to pay you, because I'm certainly not going to pay
Because
$1,205.
for the land rights.
Somebody is,
For the transfer to the land rights.
Transfer.
Yeah.
Correct.
You're letting them use the dirt.
Where did this number come from? I mean, there's no inspection done, right? Because that comes later.
I think it started as $1,000. And where this came from was, moorings, as you know, used to be $3,000 to $5,000 forever, and then when the property values in this county started going nuts, the moorings started going to $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, so somebody bought a mooring for $3,000, suddenly sold it for $30,000.
Yeah.
There's a windfall profit being made on public property, so we made it $1,000. I think, I don't remember what that was based on. So this has just been CPI adjusted up over the years since then.
So just to, for whatever it's worth, the State Park Marina, you don't own the slip, you rent the slip. It is transferable if they decide that if Associated Pacific decides that's okay, and that costs $500. Any other discussion on this item? Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Carries. T-Pier Electrical daily rate, $2.85 to $3.15.
I move to accept this rate as listed.
I'll second that.
Okay, discussion? None? Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Carries. South T-Pier hoist rate per use, $15.40 to $16.10. A 70-cent increase per use of the South T-Pier hoist.
I move that we accept this rate as listed.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded, discussion? None, call it. Question?
Per use, so if they use it and it takes them 4 hours, it's the same as if they use it and it takes 30 minutes?
Yep. We used to have an hourly rate on there, and the time and effort to try and track how many hours, and did they actually use it 2 hours, or did they use it 5 hours? It's just, so we just said, let's just do it by use it for an hour, you pay $15. Use it all day, you pay $15. Yeah.
Okay.
Most people are, a couple hours maybe. If it's a big project on a commercial boat, they might do more, but it's usually no more than a couple, 3 hours.
Any other questions? Call it. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Carries. South T-Pier hoist fish unloading per hour, $80.50 to $84.10.
I move that we accept this rate as listed.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Eric, are these cost of living, how do you come up with this number? Just cost of living index? Okay.
Yeah, I think there's just, all these have a little CPI calculator on them.
So in that vein, when was the last time these were adjusted? Were all of these adjusted in FY 18-19?
Yeah, we've been doing CPI on everything for the last several years.
Yeah. Any other discussion?
Aren't these the listed fees that were the suggested fees from the consulting group?
Correct.
Yes.
I just
These
did
are
the math.
allocated costs based on each of these individual items? These 30 activities?
So the South T-Pier hoist, showers, those are all fit into that miscellaneous category, where our costs going into them are much lower than what we get from them. So I don't think we looked at this individual one. And the fish unloading just and most of these appear to be about 4.4%. Fish unloading is if all other fish buyers in town can't unload you, you can use the hoist, which I've never seen in my time here. Actually, I think I saw it once.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Call the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Carries. Wharfage rate per ton. Everybody know what that is?
No.
Eric?
That was created specifically for the kelp cutters, when they drive the big trucks on the pier, and that's a fair amount of wear and tear on the pier, so we came up with that a long time ago. I don't know where the number comes from. I'm sure it started lower than $1, because it's been going for like 15 or so years, so they report their wharfage or their tonnage, and we charge them $1 or so per ton.
Would it apply to dry goods?
I suppose it could.
Would it apply to fueling?
I don't think so. We typically don't allow fueling off the piers.
Oh, you don't allow any fueling
No,
off the piers?
by permit from the fire department, and they don't give those out easily because too much risk.
How about pump out? You ever had black water pumped out?
We've got
by a truck coming to the pier? I'm just trying to understand what the activities are.
No, that was created specifically for the kelp cutters, that we don't allow fish unloading at the piers except for in extenuating circumstances when nobody else can unload them and everyone ends up going to the buyers because of the cost.
Yeah, but that's the other item. We already dealt with that item. So.
I would think that, I've never thought about it because we've never done it except for a long time ago. If someone were to use the hoist for fish unloading, they'd get the per hour use of the hoist, but they'd also get wharfage. Because now they're not just using the hoist, you're driving a truck on there and you're unloading whatever tonnage you're unloading. So it would apply to that as well. But it's only been the kelp cutters that's ever done it.
Well, irrespective of what the board decides to do with this item in terms of the suggested fee, I would recommend that the fee schedule have a few more words put in it.
So noted.
To define this business line. Okay, any other questions on this? Okay. I don't think, did we get a motion or did I blow right past that? I think we need a motion.
I move that we accept this rate as listed.
I second.
Any further discussion? None? Call the question in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Carries. Loaned electric cord or adapter replacement, 175 to 183. Is this a frequent occurrence, Harbor Department?
It's fairly regular. Sometimes folks don't have a cord, or they come with their less than
30 amp.
electrically kosher cord, and we say you can't use that.
And the loaned, the key element of the loan, where is it? Is it city property?
Yeah.
That's being loaned?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
So we
lost.
put a price on there more than what the thing costs, because we'd like to get it back.
Yeah, okay. Motion?
I move that we accept this rate as listed.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Call a question, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? None? Dry storage, monthly rate, 97 to 101.
I need some explanation. What is the dry storage?
That's in our yard out by the creek, out by our gear storage. We've got that little yard that used to have the baiters in it. We've got some space there. Now we've got a lot more space because we don't have any more of that going on. So it's basically a little larger than normal parking space.
Yeah, how big are those slots, give or take?
9 by 20.
9 by 20, yeah. It's open.
Right.
Open storage.
Fenced, right.
Yeah.
So people need storage, we've
Yes.
got it.
Yes, fenced and secure, well, theoretically, so.
Yeah.
Okay, motion?
I move to accept this rate as listed.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Call, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Triangle lot trailer / boat storage monthly rate. There is no current fee. Proposed suggested fee, according to the study, is $100 per month. That's irrespective of the item
And no,
or the size of the item?
that's for the trailer boat storage, correct. It's, whether it's a big boat, small boat. No current, there is a current fee. There's no current fee on the master fee schedule because the council approved our triangle lot storage program.
And what is the current fee?
After the master fee schedule is adopted, so this just didn't show on the old schedule.
Yeah, I just.
There is a fee, it's currently $100.
I want the public to know that. What is the current fee, please?
It's 100.
Okay, so it currently is 100, and the suggested fee to be included in the master fee is what's being charged now. Right? Right. Okay, motion?
I move to accept this fee as listed.
Second.
Moved and seconded, discussion? Seeing none, call it. All in favor? Aye. So Gene, I'm going to presume that unless you say no, that that you're eyeing, okay?
Yeah.
Don't just, I'm watching you, I'm looking at you, so.
I approve.
Yeah, okay. Okay. No? I'm losing it here. There are no negative votes, so it passes. Okay, I'm truly losing it. Liveaboard permit administration, that's a biennial, and for those who may not know what that is, that's every 2 years. So every 2 years, and this one they're suggesting to go down, which is quite astonishing. 184 down to 165. Eric, can you help us understand why down?
Based on the study and the time, so the original fee was based on one of the city's employees' rates, so there's typically what's called a loaded rate, a fully loaded rate, and depending on what you account for and pay and benefits and everything else, we had always used the fully loaded rate. And that's probably 2 employees for an hour, maybe, I'm not quite sure, or there's some hour time against that rate. When we did this fee study got much more scientific and really looked at it more closely, and when we said we spent X amount of time on doing this and that, that's the number they came up with.
Okay, thank you. Motion?
I'll make that motion that we accept the new rate fee.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, discussion?
I have a question. Are you talking about the permit administration or the inspection?
Administration.
Administration. The inspection takes 2 officers, well, no.
We're not on the inspection right now, we're on the administration. Oh, are you,
Well, he said 2 people for the administration.
correct?
Yes, but I misspoke.
Oh.
The liveaboard administration, again, was done when the consultant interviewed us all, and we all, from myself, because I have a 2-minute part in liveaboard permit approval by signing the final thing off. My time, Lori's time, Sherry's time, because she tracks for renewals, and Becca does this for enforcement and everything else, and that's what all factored in, so. I misspoke when I said 2 people because I was reading things, thinking things wrong. It's a combination of everybody in the department.
Okay,
And all the overhead and everything else.
okay,
You okay?
yeah.
Okay, thanks, that's a good point, thanks. Any other discussion? Therese?
Question. When do they do the inspection? Does that happen at the same? Huh? I know, well, Do they do the inspection at the same time that you do the permit?
Typically not. Typically somebody will
not.
come in the office. If it's a new person, come and do paperwork, we'll tell them what they need. They'll take the form with whatever information they've put on it, and maybe they've paid, then they'll call later, and I need my inspection, we'll go do it, sign it off.
Yeah, well, the distinction is that one of them is an administrative function that happens on land, and the other one is an inspection function that happens on the water.
Right, so one is the paper pushing portion and one is the actual going out. And so the criteria for the permit, for it to get signed off, does not require an inspection.
Yes, it does.
Yes, they all require an inspection.
In order to get the permit signed.
Correct.
But they don't happen at the same time. Is there anything in the thing that says that they have to get the inspection before they get the permit?
And the reason there's two, it used to be one fee for the whole thing.
Yeah.
But the way the code read, you can have the Harbor Patrol do it or a acceptable marine surveyor, whatever the language is. So some folks opt to have a marine surveyor do it, the inspection part. So that would necessitate the separation of the two functions.
Is there any way in this that we could say that the inspection, make sure that it says it, that it has to happen before, or?
This is a fee schedule.
Yeah,
Right.
that's a harbor, that's a harbor policies and procedures. It's a good point, but that's for harbor policies and procedures.
So is there a okay, fine.
No, it's a good point. It's a good point. But we can't really talk about that right now.
Okay.
But there's also, part of the administration is beyond just, you came in the office and you're standing there in the counter and you talk about it and you fill things out and you write your check and you hand it over and we process and we take your check and give you a receipt. There's the ongoing, you know, if it's getting billed for service fees, there's an ongoing billing that Lori has to do, there's letter writing, there's other things that happen after the initial processing of the permit that happen all year long, so they're necessarily going to be two different items.
You okay? You okay? Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Carries. Permit inspection, liveaboard permit inspection, again biennial, if done by the Harbor Patrol, and as the department just pointed out, does not, by virtue of policy, does not have to be. That's from 88 to 150. So, Harbor Director, why don't you help us understand that's a significant difference? Help us understand the derivation of the difference, please.
So, this was definitively based on patrol officers and an hour, minimum hour of time. And that's where the original $88 came from. The 150 comes from, again, the consultant and all the process we did and determining, okay, how much time do we put into it? So you've got the personnel time, the direct costs, and then you've got the indirect costs, which are all the other costs that I talked about in slip fees that support the Harbor Patrol officers and whatnot, the cost of the vehicles, or the cost of the office, the cost of, electricity to our office, all that stuff is all the support part for the personnel, and all that gets factored in, and that is what was determined to be $150, and not just an hour of patrol officer's time.
And as it relates to the 88, is it relevant that the last cost allocation study was done now 11 years ago? Is that relevant to the 88 or is that not relevant to the 88?
I believe the 88 was just purely an hourly cost, a fully loaded rate of a Harbor Patrol officer for an hour.
At what point in time?
At one point in time, and it probably started as something less and has been CPI adjusted over the years to what it is to the 88, and this 150 is truly factoring in all the costs.
Yeah. Okay. Need a motion. Did we move? I don't think we did. We've not moved. So I need a motion.
I'll make that motion. Do we accept the new rate fee?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, discussion? Owen?
That fee, how does it, do you know how it compares to the, what a private surveyor would charge, or is it still going to be competitive to where you'll actually get that?
Well, the one surveyor that was doing it, it'll be horribly incompetitive because that surveyor was doing it for $1, so. We're not very competitive.
Speaking as a professional marine surveyor, my charge rate is $300 an hour. Any other discussion? I can't compete with a contractor. Don't give me that stuff. Call the question. All in favor? Aye. Oh, gee, it was right out there this time. Opposed? None. Carries. Service fee moorings monthly, $17.40 to $90. Help us understand that one, please.
So again, the original numbers, they started out something different years and years ago. I don't know what those numbers were originally based on. And these are for, if it's a mooring, it would be somebody on a mooring that is using city services for water, for restrooms, and whatnot, and so, which applies to pretty much all the moorings except Yacht Club and Marina Square, because it's presumed that Yacht Club and Marina Square mooring holders are using the Yacht Club and Marina Square for restrooms and access and docks and everything else. So these are the folks everywhere else than that. And so the 90, again, was based on the consultants and interviews and figuring out how much services we believe those folks used and costing that out. And as opposed to being $17.40 a month, it was $90 a month.
That was a good explanation, thank you. I think somebody reading the master fee schedule, if they didn't have the benefit of that explanation and the benefit of private moorings monthly rate, in other words, the rights to use the dirt, or the mud in this case, I'm not sure they would know the distinction, so I would suggest a little relabeling. Or at least some additional information. Is there a motion for this?
I'm still confused as to the differentiation between the private moorings and the service fee moorings monthly.
I have a liveaboard section.
This is for liveaboards.
How would it differentiate that it's not a liveaboard?
You wouldn't be paying that fee.
These are people have liveaboard permits.
Would they be, if there's their private mooring and they were living aboard, would it then be 184?
No.
No.
So if you live aboard, it's less than if you have a private mooring, you don't live aboard?
No.
This is separate fees.
That's what I asked. If you were living aboard on your private mooring,
yes,
would you be paying $184 a month?
No, you pay more than that. You pay
94
that
and
for
90?
your liveaboard permit.
No, I think what you said is correct.
if you're a private mooring owner and you own that mooring, you're going to be paying your $94 mooring fee per month. And if you're living aboard and you've got a liveaboard permit and you're not the yacht club because you don't own the yacht club mooring, and you're not Marina Square because you don't own the Marina Square mooring, you're on somewhere off Tidelands, you're paying right now the $17.40, proposed to be $90 service fee. Because you're using city water and city restrooms and others.
But so then you're paying $184
only if you have a liveaboard permit.
And if you have, because you have a liveaboard, yeah. You're living aboard on your own
Yes.
private mooring.
You threw me off on that 184 because I'm doing math in public. I'm just killing me here.
Now I'm confused. The liveaboard permit at and $84, that is a fee that you pay every 2 years in order to get your liveaboard permit.
That's not what we're talking about. We're on service fee moorings monthly.
Right, and the service fee is a fee that goes to the city for services,
Mark,
water, trash.
Mark used an example of two fees compounding that happened to add up to $184, and I think you're confusing that with the $184
Look
liveaboard
here, but
fee.
that's not what he's talking about.
No,
He's
I'm not
talking
talking about
about
that.
94 for your mooring. and the
Okay,
94
all right,
service.
all right, I got it.
I just wanted to know if that was additive, or one replaced the other.
But really, to bring Lynn's point home,
94.
so if you're a liveaboard and you're a permitted liveaboard, it's $184 a month. And then every other year, you're going to pay the city $315 to maintain your liveaboard rights.
$184 a month to rent the mooring.
No.
No.
If you own the mooring. If you own the mooring. If you're renting the mooring from us, you're going to pay us $275, and then all the liveaboard stuff.
Yeah.
It's additive. To answer your question, Mark, it's additive.
Thank you.
Lynn, you okay?
Okay.
You okay?
260, or 275, oh no, private mooring is $94. And then you pay a service fee for your services
I'm 90.
of $90
Only if you're a permanent liveaboard.
if you're a permanent liveaboard.
And those two add up to?
$184. Okay. Yes, fine.
All right, now we need a motion.
Make it so.
Okay? Is that a motion? Make it so as a motion?
Second.
Need a motion? Come on, we got to do better than that.
So moved.
I move to accept this line item as listed.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah, I'd kind of like, this is a big jump if you're a liveaboard. I'd like to hear somebody who's a liveaboard. I mean, you're talking about a huge amount of money difference between what they're paying now,
Yeah.
what they could be paying.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Gene. I totally agree with Gene. Yeah. I mean, whether it's worth 90 or not worth 90 and what somebody else pays somewhere else in some other location is really not the issue. I think Gene's point's well taken. It's a very substantial jump. You know, it amounts to, math in public. It amounts to $850 a year. That's a lot of money. Of course, living on a mooring, I've heard people argue that living on a mooring in Morro Bay is the absolute cheapest housing you could have anywhere in the galaxy, but
I was going to talk about that, our affordable housing, sustainability.
I'm just saying, it'd be nice to hear somebody who's a liveaboard.
I'm a liveaboard.
You don't have to pay that, though.
Oh, I don't have to pay that, but I pay the
Substantially
yacht
more.
club.
Much more than $94.
It's going to be $184, and that is not too far away from what I pay. And I get my yacht club, I mean, I get my mooring, and I get the services, those same services from the yacht club.
Marina Square has a liveaboard fee, too. I don't know what it is. Yeah. But if you're on a mooring out there or a slip, you've got to pay a liveaboard fee as well.
Yeah.
And it's more than $17.40. I just don't know exactly what the number is.
So $184 a month is not really, to get your mooring and your services is not an outrageous amount of money.
call the question. Well, first, any further discussion? No? Call the question. What? Okay, let's go.
It's still going to be more unless you own the mooring and you're the liveaboard. It'll be in
Renting the
addition
mooring.
to the rent. Okay.
Owen?
I had a question related to, as far as is it considered a lease fee or something else? Or is it just a services fee? Would there be any sort of implications, like for how, as far as I know, if you own a rental, you can't increase it more than 10% in a certain amount, right? So is there no consideration?
It's a service fee.
Oh, okay.
I think the rental, that would be the mooring itself. That would be if it's one of our own moorings, that would be the $275. What's now, will in theory now be $275. That would be a rental.
That's a great point as it relates to the mud rental. That's a great point. Never thought about that. There are legal restrictions to the amount.
Okay. But are those residential restrictions? Are those rental residential restrictions?
Residential. Yeah. I'm not aware of any commercial. We have commercial and it's not an issue, but residential, absolutely. Okay. Any other questions on this point? Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
That's one. Opposed?
Nay.
Does that mean we have 4 abstentions? Is that what that means? Come on, folks.
Aye.
Okay.
Nay.
3-2.
You can abstain. It's okay. You don't have to vote. Which case, okay, then, and I'm going to say nay. So that's a split vote. So the motion fails because didn't have a majority. So somebody want to take another crack at this one? I think Gene's point's well taken. That's just my personal opinion. Irrespective of the absolute numbers that Lynn has pointed out are competitively reasonable.
Well, the fishermen came out for their issue, and maybe the boards just didn't know, but I don't know if you want to wait, contact them, or...
What is the liveaboard population?
About 35 permitted, probably in reality 40 to 45.
And the number of permits that they can give out is 50 for the bay. But there is one thing that I wasn't thinking about. A private mooring, that is what the owner of the mooring pays, and the person who rents from somebody else would pay the mooring rental, which runs someplace from what I hear, $250 a month to $300 a month. But the owner pays for that. The liveaboard would be paying the service fee, and then he pays a fee to the owner of the mooring.
A rental.
A rental fee, but he wouldn't be paying the monthly fee because the owner of the mooring pays that.
Well, just a second.
Not if you're renting to somebody else.
Because it's a liveaboard, it has to do with the liveaboard. So it's a service fee that you pay if you're a liveaboard.
That's the $90 a month.
Yeah.
Right.
Proposed.
Yeah.
Oh. You want your mic on?
Oh, well.
No, it wasn't. My mic on. There you go.
I move to table this item and have further discussion at the next HAB meeting.
I second that motion.
Well, we got a motion on the floor, so we have to withdraw the first motion.
So we did, it's not even failed.
Oh, thank you, Gene. Thank you, Gene. You're quite right. No, you're quite right. Okay. Discussion on the new motion, which is to table this one. I guess, whatever. Okay, to table this one and bring it back for the next HAB meeting. Discussion? None? Okay, call the question.
Is there a way to reach out to liveaboards and ask them if they want to be heard, just like the fishermen.
It's not something we can do, but the city can do that. Well, that's a good point.
So what new information are we going to receive that we're tabling it to make a decision later?
They don't want to pay it.
Period. Okay, got it,
We
okay.
can anticipate that, yeah. Okay, so the motion is to table this until the next meeting, ours. I'm not sure that serves our purpose, but that's the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to hand count, please. Okay, 4. That's all it takes.
You want to start doing a roll call count like the council?
Well,
No,
I just, we've got a lot of mumbling going on, and I can't count mumbles, so. Yeah, okay, it carries.
Who was the yeses on that? Was that 7?
Raise your hands again, please. The ones that voted for it.
Trying to keep track.
Oh, we just added one? We just added another one? Okay. So that's 5.
Okay.
What's 5 ayes? Opposed? None. 2 abstentions. Okay. That brings us to service fee city slips monthly, $35.80 to $100. Seems like that would be the same quandary.
Same quandary, this is just our slips.
I make a motion, we table this till next meeting.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, discussion? Seeing no discussion, call the question, all in favor? I want to see hands, please. Okay, that's 5. Nays? None, abstentions? 2. Okay, carries. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. Thanks for your patience. I don't know any other way to do this. Each additional patrol officer per hour, 88 to 150, and I think we've already had an explanation from the department as to why. Motion?
Move to accept this fee as listed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Carries. Lifeguard, 25 per occurrence to 27 per occurrence. So CPI or something like that. Motion?
Move to accept this fee as listed.
I'll second.
Second. Discussion? None? All in favor? Oh, wait, hold it. Go
Is
ahead.
this when a lifeguard goes out to help somebody get out of the water?
No, this is typically events that need lifeguard services, like the Morbay Triathlon, they say, which a lot of them provide their own people or hire our people off duty because they want to deal with it and we don't. But some events need our personnel, and so we provide them at a cost through the permitting process.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion or questions? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Carries. That one needs a couple more words there, Director. Please.
So noted.
Lifeguard to do what? I mean, there's a lot of people going to be looking at this thing, so.
Yeah. No, you're right, yep.
Okay. So annual parking permits are valid for 1 calendar year and may be prorated to the nearest month. So we have a launch ramp parking fee daily of $5 proposed to $6.70 to park at the launching ramp.
I move to accept this fee as listed.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion?
Yes, I hate to see charging more money to the local person who wants to go out there and row his boat around and try to catch a halibut. So, I'm happy with the $5 fee.
And my question is, daily parking for whom or what?
Any trailer boat parking.
Trailer boat parking.
Yeah.
See item 1.
Well, it says yellow striped truck and trailer. So
Okay, truck and trailer. Assuming a truck almost always tows a vessel.
truck with trailer?
No, I probably should say vehicle.
Well, I don't care about that part.
Yes.
I mean, I can read this, that if I take my truck out there and park it, I owe you $5.
There's the perimeter parking around the parking lot that's not charged.
Sure.
This is only for tow vehicles and trailers. Maybe we should change it to tow vehicles. Yeah, if you're a boat launcher, you're parking to launch your boat and use the bay or the ocean, currently $5.
Okay, so a little wordsmithing might be helpful there, but that does not ameliorate Gene's point at all. Any other questions or comments on this one?
There's the guy with the rowboat, but then there's the RV with the big three-axle trailer too. I mean, I don't know. You have to.
Microphone.
It seems fair if you look at the whole spectrum of who's going to be using it, $1.70. I mean, the best way to go would be the annual permit for anyone. If they're going to use it more.
Do the cash machines, do they take cash nowadays or not?
Our machine currently only takes bills.
That's a great question, Gene. Thank you for that. Where in the world, or what are we going to do with 70 cents?
Good question.
Doesn't it take credit cards?
It takes credit cards.
Yeah.
If we want to stick to bills, or either go down to $6 or up to $7.
Yeah. 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 Well, there is. Sure.
Can it give out change, or does it only take exact amount?
It does not give change.
So it would have to be 6 or 7. It couldn't be, yeah.
Correct.
So it's,
So would anybody like to amend the current motion on, instead of approving the suggested 670?
I amend my motion to make this fee
to $6 even?
to $6 even.
Is there a second? Who made the second in the first place?
I'll second.
She made the
I
second.
was the original second, so I.
Okay, so you're willing to amend the
second
motion?
the amendment.
Okay, so now, questions, discussion, none? Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
$6. Aye. Opposed? None? Carries. $6. Annual permit, 115 to 155, launch ramp parking. So that's a $40 increase for a year. And we just approved $6 a day as a recommendation to the city council. 6 times 365 is $2,190.
I make a recommendation, we accept the 155 fee.
A second?
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion, questions? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Carries. Failure to pay established fee. We don't care about that one because that stands.
And that follows police department
Yes, brings us down to master lease approval. This is for lease administration fees. Now we're talking about title and trust leases. This has nothing to do with boats in the harbor. Master lease approval, $2,200 to $3,105. Why don't you just take all three of these brief, Eric, I'm sure your explanation will be the same as it's been consistently as to why, but help us because there's some fairly significant increases here.
So same methodology. Through the consultant process, we came up with times we spent doing these different actions. Master lease approval being just what it says, a master lease agreement, which is the overall agreement for the whole lease site, which is a more involved negotiating process and a little more city council time. So that number that our consultant came up with was $3,100, and it's a combination of my time and Lori's time primarily, and then all the cost overhead applied to that. Actions requiring city council approval, that's not a master lease approval, that is anything else. The lease amendment, approving a loan for a lease, other such things that we need to take to the city council for a city council approval. And then actions requiring administrative approval, those are subleases. Somebody comes in and a new ABC boutique building is operators coming into a building somewhere and they want to do a sublease under a master lease. That's all in-house, and we do that with administrative personnel and not city council and city manager and city attorney and all that, so.
So I just have a point of clarification, a question. So actions requiring city council approval. Let's use an example of, I'm in a lease negotiation with the harbor department. I decide that I want to appeal my situation to the city council. So I take it up to the city council. Is in the harbor department's opinion that it is the appropriate administrative entity to bill the applicant and collect those fees for something that at that point is out of its hands and out of its control. Or does the department follow it all the way through, but just by definition?
An activity like that, we would follow through from start to finish, and there would be no fee associated with that. That falls under just general lease site administration. That's just part of the job of managing the lease sites.
Even if the council rendered some sort of approval? Because the word approval is here.
Well, you bring up a fairly unique situation. Something that you're a leaseholder and you don't like the decision that staff made and you want to appeal it up through the chain of command and you end up at the city council. That's not what these fees are aimed at. These are aimed at our standard administrative actions that we take, managing our leases, lease approval, sublease approval, lease amendment.
Would you object to the inserting the word routine? Routine actions?
No, that's what they are, for essentially.
Or non-disputed or something like that?
No, I don't object to that. I mean, like I said, I think the situation you bring up, an issue, I'll use the boatyard example and the seawall fair, which eventually did end up in new lease approvals and amendments and lots of other things that we charge for, but the overall process of going through that dispute that leaseholder had with the city over the issues that occurred, that wasn't charged out. That's an extreme example that took a lot of time, but that's just lease administration. Or if we do audits. Let's say the leaseholder doesn't like our audit findings and they spend a lot of staff time and you can see eventually something getting pushed to the council. Maybe, I don't know that we ever have, but we don't charge for that. It's just cost of doing business.
Okay, so this is intended for quote routine, unquote, or however it's
routine's
defined.
probably a good word, or spell this out a little more. Gene?
Is this action requiring city council approval, is this dealing with the permit process?
No, that's all community development that does all that.
That's where my question is.
So I have a suggestion for the board, which it does not have to accept, and that is that we take all three of these at once in a single action. Is there any objection to that, or you would like to take them one at a time? I'm polling the board.
I'd prefer to take them all at one at a time.
Therese?
I'm waiting for the discussion part
There is no discussion.
No discussion.
There's no discussion.
about each individual.
You would prefer to take them individually?
Well, no, I would like to discuss them.
Oh, well, we can do that. We can discuss them en masse.
Okay.
Sure.
Fine. Yes, in mass,
Okay,
that's fine.
all right, Dana?
Yeah, I'm fine with taking them all up together.
Lynn?
All together.
Owen? Gene?
One at a time.
One at a time. Okay, that's all, that's fine, all it took. So master lease approval. We're working on master lease approval, 2200 to 3105. Is there a motion?
I move to accept this fee as listed.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Okay, discussion? Seeing none?
I do, I have.
Sure.
I was waiting for that discussion part.
Sure.
Okay, because I'm a little confused at what triggers these fees. So can you use an example in which you charged a master leaseholder the $2,200 in previous circumstances?
Yes. There's an application, so a master lease agreement is usually predicated on a redevelopment or something fairly significant happening, and so at the beginning of that somewhere, and it's always not necessarily right at the beginning, but when somebody comes in and they, I want to do a new master lease, okay, well, let's talk about it, and then you do the whole redevelopment process, and eventually you come to the master lease part. There's an application we make them fill out, and it has a fee on it, and they fill out their information, and we charge them. Same with a sublease. Somebody comes in with a sublease, there's a sublease form that spells out what the requirements are, has the name and all the information of the master lessee and the sublessee, and it has a fee on there, and the fee is one of the checkoff boxes that they have to do, part of the process. So it's an application, basically, because you're requesting. The master lease agreement is usually something a little bigger and different, but all the other stuff is usually the leaseholders coming in asking, hey, I want to do this. Okay, well, here you go. Here's the form to fill out. Here's what we need. Here's the fee.
Does that include when it's a transferring of master lease holder?
Yep, that would be an
That happens
action
at the
requiring
same
city council approval. That's
Okay.
an assignment and assumption. We have a form for that.
Okay, and did we decide that we're going to do this all together, or no? So, okay, I'll wait for the next one.
Okay. Any other, Lynn?
Yeah, so would that include when your lease is expiring and you're renewing it? The negotiations that go on to renew a lease?
This is just the lease approval process. I would say
So then it would?
it doesn't necessarily attempt to capture the whole process from start to finish when you talk about a redevelopment, and because we work a lot of other times. A lot of other effort is put into it. This is really just the lease approval process itself, which is...
Okay, but we
negotiate it. I work with the leaseholder, I negotiate, there's a lot of back and forth. Eventually we get to the point of we've got a draft lease that's ready to move forward. It's basically taking it from that point forward, some city attorney time, my time, staff time, city manager time, city council time, approval. It's that. It's not the hours and hours and hours of negotiation, everything else that happens in the meantime.
So that would be a yes. If you're
Redoing your lease, you have an existing lease, but it expires.
You've got a 20-year term lease, and in year 18, you call the individual and say, hey, we have to talk about your lease and getting the renewal on it for the next 20 years.
Right.
So that fee would be involved in that process?
Yes.
Okay.
And some of those, like I say, that's really just the physical process of approving the lease, taking it to council, and the administrative time to do that. It doesn't count necessarily whatever it took to get to that point. And in some cases, it's fairly simple and straightforward. In some cases, it's not. And that just all factors into the cost of doing business of being the managers of these leases.
One more, the RFP process, is that separate from?
Yeah, that's...
And you get no part of that? Okay.
We got to do it, we just don't get any money for it.
And this fee is Harvard apartment only?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions, discussion? Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. One opposed, carries. The next one, actions requiring city council approval. Now, you have to help me out a little bit. What kind of actions and how are they different than, for instance, and master lease is excluded from that?
Correct. These would be, somebody's buying a lease site and assuming operation under the existing lease. That's an assignment and assumption. I gotta go to council for that. Somebody's gonna do a redevelopment and they need to get a loan approved. The city council has to approve any loan, any encumbrance of the lease site that goes to the city council for approval. That's that.
So if I understood what you just said, this line...
amendment. Somebody wants to amend their lease for some reason. They want to go change some of the terms and the city agrees and we go change the terms. So we go do an amendment to the lease. That's that.
So this
city council.
So this is non-master lease approval?
Correct.
Actions not including master lease approval?
Sure.
Okay.
What about sublease approvals? Don't you have, the city council have to approve those?
No, the Pipkin leases are all gone. I don't believe, we used to have a few leases left that required city council approval of subleases. We went to council about 6 years ago and got permission to do all those administratively because the modern lease format that everybody else is on, that's not a council action.
Okay, and in the permit process, it requires the city council approval. And when you're submitted to say the planning department, you need to show up to talk about a project. Where does those funds come from, or where are they at? If you have to go to the planning department because somebody's making a presentation on a project, where do you get funding on that?
Where does the harbor's time come into that?
Yes.
It doesn't.
Okay. And when the city makes an approval of a project, city council, is that not included in this?
No, that's all captured in the community development fees, the planning department fees.
Okay.
Okay, we don't have a motion on this yet, so we're just trying to explain the line, we're trying to understand the line item.
Yeah, that's, I want to know.
Is that what you
I
want?
have a question.
About the definition of the line item?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so same question as the first one. Is there an example, or do you have an example of where you've charged them $700? Just so I can understand what would start that fee? Because that $2,000, is there an example of a previous situation where they knew that it was going to happen?
I missed the first part of your question, I'm sorry.
An example of when you've charged someone the $700 in the past.
A lease amendment.
Okay.
We amended, we did on one of our lease sites, a consent to encumber, which is approving a loan that eventually goes to the city council. That's currently on the fee list, $700.
You ready to move on, Sharice?
Yep.
I don't mean to leave the item, but I mean move toward a motion? Or do you have the information you need? No. Well, then let's keep trying to get you the information you need to understand the line item.
It's all right. I understand the line item. Just inner battles with kind of understanding when it happened. So I think I'm good.
Well, I think that so far this discussion points out, I mean, on all of the two of them to date, and I can, to the moment, and I can anticipate the same thing's going to be true of the third one, the descriptions are inadequate. As a potential lessee or lessor, and I had some sort of administrative need, I could look at this and not know. And this is, I understand that this is the cost, this is the consultant who came up with these descriptions. Will these descriptions verbatim carry over into the master lease schedule?
No, I'm taking some notes, and I certainly, we've changed a lot of the language at the staff level that go into the master fee to make things more clear. These are actually from the existing master lease, existing master fee schedule. These aren't the consultant's recommendations, but I hear what you're saying. I've made some notes here, and certainly we can clarify some things in here to make this a little more clear for the person that may just look at this and go, I wonder what it costs.
Yeah, Teresa, I'm not putting you on the spot at all, but I'm not comfortable moving ahead, asking for a motion unless the board, all the members of the board are clear about what the line item is for.
Well, the example that he said, I would understand that the amount, and I would see where the money is going to and the work that is being done by the harbor department. My one concern is that it is more of a descriptive kind of term and not something that's just all of a sudden slapped on somebody because they went to city council because they had a concern. I just wanted a more affirmed or delineated reason why all of a sudden the city would send you a bill for $2,000. It just seems like if you want to talk about something that you're going to get dinged, so maybe you just don't want to talk about something.
The 2,000 or the 7 or the
Well,
7 or the 700?
It was 700,
so
and now it's going to be 2,000.
You're still on that?
Yeah, well,
okay.
and all of them are a big jump, so as long as we know what it is that is instigating the actual fee, the examples make sense.
And like the liveaboard fee, it's born out of the study of all of the costs that truly go into it, from personnel to overhead to everything else, and $700 wasn't covered. And again, the master lease is the actual approval of the lease, which is primarily writing up a staff report, getting it to council, and the support I need to get it through the council. It's not all the negotiating hours that go into it. The other stuff is the same thing. It's not all the time we spend working out an amendment or why we need that amendment and the things that lead up to the amendment. It's the taking it to council part.
And I don't think that's our question. Our question is a more refined, a refined period definition of the word actions. That's our issue.
Approvals.
Well, actions. The approval part I got. That's the city council saying some yes or no. But the action part, I mean, Teresa's point's really well taken.
We'll definitely work on that language too.
Well, but that puts, now we're in kind of a tough spot because, I have to look at the board and ask them to consider a recommendation to go to 700 to 2010 for a line item that I don't understand. Maybe the rest of the folks do, in which case we could move forward for the motion, but I don't understand it.
I have a question. When someone's coming in to apply for a lease, there's an explanation, they have paperwork that they're giving that talks about the fees associated with applying for a lease, whether it's a master lease or not. And so some of these costs would be listed on this application? Or is there an explanation at that point? I mean, right, what we're looking at is just a list of fees, which I understand, that's fine. But I'm just trying to, maybe this would kind of help people realize how things are explained and then how they just happen to be listed here.
Depending on what the action is, what they're asking for, if it gets you over the hump, from a philosophical standpoint of what are we charging for here? And is this some open-ended, that anything that ends up at the city council is going to get this fee? Well, no, it's for lease amendments, loan approvals. Help me, Laurie.
Would it be fair to say that this would be?
It's a handful of things.
Yeah, I'm just asking if it's listed when you do your application. I'm not asking what they are. I'm just asking, is it listed?
Yes,
So
we have an application form for it.
That's what I'm saying.
The fee is listed on the application
That's what I'm
form.
trying to bring forward here.
Yes.
Because it seems like we don't, it's just out here, but it's actually written down when you get your application. We're just looking at the title of the fee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's not that hard. What's that?
You appear to be Italian there, so.
So, yeah, when you come in and you're buying a lease site, and you say, hey, and you come in with the existing leasehold, and you say, hey, I'm buying this lease site from Fred. Okay, well, here's the assignment and assumption application, you need to fill this out, and here's the fee on here, and here's what you need to happen, here's the checklist, all the stuff you gotta do.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. And there's like 5 of these different things that require city council approval in leases. It's not a long, open-ended, ambiguous list. It's a very succinct list.
Right.
Same with administrative approval. But we will work on better language in here that makes it more clear.
So on the things that they were looking at, one of the pictures, one of the graphs showed that how certain things were covered, and lease dealings were 465% covered, or I'm using the right word, number that's on this. So what they went to go and look and see if the fees that were getting charged were paying for the work that was being done. And this is a lease situation, right? So if the percentages and the money that goes into the harbor fund is well above the means, would you say that these line items are actually already taken care of and that we're just trying to get more money from an already well-funded group?
With these 3 different fee categories, you are getting a specific service for a specific action to your lease site. I'm probably not going to answer your question very well, but you're getting I mean, yeah, I suppose you could make that argument, but this is cost recovery for these particular actions, some of which happen on lease sites more often than once, and some of them hardly ever, if ever, happen, or happen once. You get something right at the very beginning, so I'm not quite sure how to answer that. Yeah, I suppose you can make that argument, but you almost have to go lease site by lease site, and yeah, I don't know how to answer that.
Are any of these line items exclusively new tenant, new master lease holders, or do they kind of encompass both existing master lease holders as well as new master lease holders?
It applies to all the leases.
Right, okay.
Old, new.
Okay.
And the reason for the biggest, the second 2 items obviously have a little bigger jump. The original numbers, Lori and I revised to these numbers a few master fee schedules ago. The original numbers were very low and probably accounted for maybe an hour's worth of somebody's time. We just used again, like some of the liverboard and other fees with personnel involved, a fully loaded, well, how many hours does that take? Well, it takes
I don't know, 2 hours of my time and 1 hour of your time, well, how much is that fully loaded? That's about, $700. Where this is accounting for all the true fees that go into all the support and everything else, so that's why the big jump.
As not necessarily a question, but a discussion, I would just feel that a lot of the current master leaseholders that feel that they're paying a lot in the percentages, that part of that is the negotiation process and working with the Harbor Patrol and the city. And so that's a big jump. Perhaps looking more at a CPI or having more current master leaseholders look at this. So as far as that goes, I'm a new one, so it's, I feel that new people coming in who haven't paid any percentage into that, that's the cost of doing business or starting a new business. But anybody who's been here for a while, I think that they might want to have their voice be heard, just like the fishermen and the liveaboards are giving a little bit of time.
As I understood, which doesn't mean I have this correctly, that from the department this evening, that anything that relates to a master lease approval, and there were a number of examples of that offered, is included in that particular business line, master lease approval, quote unquote. And that there were a handful of actions, which I understood, correct me if I'm wrong, Harbor Director, are represented by some sort of a form that describes an action or represents an action that relate to the second line item, actions requiring city council approval, which does not include master lease approvals. Is it correct that actions requiring city council approval are these non-master lease approval matters for which there is some sort of document procedure that if somebody walks in the door, they have to fill out or process a form and this fee applies to that? Is that correct or incorrect?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there a motion for this line item?
I move to accept this fee as listed.
Is there
Second.
a second? Moved and seconded. Discussion?
As we don't really know what's on this list, but I do trust Eric, I will go along with it.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? This is your chance.
I'll just abstain.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. One abstention. Okay. All right. Thank you for all of that. By the way, I think those were all good questions on this business line item. So the last one this evening is actions requiring administrative approval, 265 to 665. So this, I'll explain this for you and you tell me if this is right or wrong. This is Harbor Department Administration involving no other entity outside the department other than whoever the applicant is.
Correct, yes. This, which mostly sublease approval is the vast majority of ones that come through. This wouldn't be your appeal that you're thinking of, it's an administrative action. No, it's just Harbor Department, standard routine lease management. Paperwork, paper pushing.
Okay, hear a motion?
I move to accept this fee as listed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Gene?
Yes, we're just talking about basically subleasing administrative process, not particular, you making an administrative decision on a boat being seaworthy or something like that.
No, this is all lease.
Okay.
Lord, sublease approval, what else is on that list? I can only think of subleases. Yeah, it's really only sublease.
Okay, I mean, you have, as a harbor director, you have the right to make approvals and on other items, but basically we're talking about subleasing.
Yeah, this is just a sublease.
Okay.
Yeah.
Owen?
Yeah, so where would, for example, the new boat storage at the Triangle lot fall? Or say, I guess another question would be, like subleasing a commercial fishing slip from someone out of town, would that?
So that's apples and bananas. You're in a whole different line item. This is purely lease administration.
Okay.
All lease administration, nothing to do with slips, nothing to do with moorings.
These are the Tidelands grant lease sites on the water.
Only the water.
But land and water, there's a few water ones as well.
Well, yeah, you got the water section to the lease.
Yeah. And the Triangle lot storage yard is not applied?
No.
It's not in Tidelands, in fact. Lynn, you have something?
No.
Okay. Charisse?
Discussion part?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I met with a group of people from the Embarcadero. They have been trying to get together and have communications, and one of the things that we talked about was the permit process, that just to buy an actual permit in Morro Bay is 3 times higher than it is in San Luis Obispo. And the sublease application fee, and the majority of the time, isn't covered by the master leaseholder. So anybody, like when I would go as a subleasee to go and get an application, I was the one to pay that $265. I feel strongly that for every person who ever wants to do business on the Embarcadero, if they are met with a bill for $665 before they even step foot into the front door, we are going to lose any new people coming in here. I would feel like that would be yeah, you don't want to do business in here. It's drastically too high. I understand that maybe there's a lot of paperwork that has to go with it, but we just won't get the tenants who want to be there.
Do you have is it your position that fundamentally the city that administers the sublease process or whatever process that applies for this line item needs to recover some cost or not?
I think we want to work with them to actually start the business, start making money, and then you get your percentage. There's a lot more money in the actual percentage in the long haul, but to say, no, you're going to do $665 and you don't even know how your first year is going to go, I mean, that's big. That's a
Well, my question didn't include any dollar amount. I asked you on a fundamental basis whether you thought that it was reasonable or not. It's whatever you say is fine. Reasonable or not, that the city, of which the taxpayers are all paying for, should be able to recover some of the costs for that action.
It's the harbor department, not the city, and this harbor department is funded not by the people in the city.
Good point.
They are funded by the people who have businesses here primarily.
That's a good point.
And it is extremely important to have a welcoming thing for businesses that want to be successful, not to slap them with something. I'm here, I've been here for 21 years, I will stay, but I fear that other people who want to start a business here, when we have a vacancy, will pass. based on such a high increase, as well as just the market value of rent in this particular area on the Embarcadero. It's high.
Do you think they should pay anything?
I am willing to be closer to the current amount and do a CPI, but I feel that I'm just talking with everybody who is new to the area, who just started businesses. They feel that now that they have established, they feel very unwelcome and don't really feel like the money that they are putting towards it is going anywhere. And that was the consensus over quite a few people. So I feel that we would really be deterring any new people from trying to come in. So the current amount is okay.
Okay. Well, we have a motion on the table. Would the proposer of that motion and the second be interested in modifying their motion in any way, or are we going to call the question?
For example, did you make a motion?
I believe I was the vote.
I think I was the second.
You were the second?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the, do you have an example of what?
Just what the lady said? For instance, I'm not advocating anything. I'm trying to get through this in a way that is meaningful for the board and will have some value to council.
So there's a $400 spread there, so half that?
I feel that that's probably a reasonable cost recovery for the work that's being done, and I think we should recover those costs. It's a rare occurrence that you have a sublease approval for a tenant.
So this is slightly offbeat for the thing, but I think we've gone so far down this road. So Sharice, I think your point's very well taken. Remember, this is a recommendation on the part of the Harbor Advisory Board as it relates to this suggested fee schedule for the City Council. That isn't the end of this by any means. As sure as I'm sitting here, the Chamber of Commerce is going to be interested in and may already share your thoughts and so the motion is not going to be changed, and so let me stop talking actually until we call the question. So, all right, any other discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, call the question. All in favor of the motion? Yes. Everybody clear on the motion? It's to recommend to the City Council the 665. Okay, so we already have one. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So send me hands. Raise your hands, please, so we know who's what. Okay, that's 2. Opposed? That's 3. I mean, come on, you guys. Let's roll this. How many in favor? Let me see some hands. That's 3. Opposed? 4. Okay, motion fails. Do we want to make another motion on this one, or are we just going to walk away from it?
I'll make the motion to maintain the $265 fee for requiring administrative approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, we're done with this one. We're done with this one. All right. Okay, thank you for your patience with this. I think was important, and I think it was worth the time. That's my opinion. So now we're going to go to B2. B2. Sorry, B1. Sorry, I lied. B1. Update from the Boatyard Marine Services Facility Ad Hoc Committee on the committee's recent activities and recommended next steps for seeking feasibility study grant funding. Staff report.
So I'm going to move very quickly through this. council, goal to try and move this boatyard thing forward, but currently don't really have a lot of extra money in the accumulation fund to spend. So council's direction in the goal setting was to try and seek some grant funding for boatyard financial feasibility study consultancy. What I'm recommending or throwing forward here is the ad hoc committee taking this on and came up with some targeted research process, some key information for the group to get and bring back to council for decision if we want to seek that sort of grant to move that process forward. So the discussion here would be about, do we want to charge the committee with moving forward on doing some more active grant research? I know they did a little bit, actually probably did a fair amount with that federal grant handbook, but do we want to follow up more on those and seek some more definitive information on those grants and see what's really applicable and see if there's something to move forward on?
Dana, committee chair.
Yes, this seems to play right along with what we're looking forward to doing. There's a gentleman who would like to kind of almost have a class on grant funding and help us along with this process of how to find them, what we're looking for, how to fill out the applications, and everything concerning this. And we just have been unable to get together as a whole. Everybody's been busy. So we're looking at doing this soon. One of our members was out of the country and she's back. And then Lexi is willing to get together with us, and Ron also on our ad hoc committee. So I think this is a good outline, and look forward to bringing back something to next meeting, or actually bringing something to staff so that they can look at where we are, or what we're going to do next. We looked at the handbook for the federal funding handbook for marine transportation infrastructure programs, and we did see some in there that looked promising. Don't know if those are really available anymore, but I know there's some new possible funding going on for working waterfronts, an amendment to the Coastal Zone Management Act. A bill was just introduced in Congress to amend that to create grant funding for working waterfronts. This would be issued to all states in the country. So hopefully that provides something for us too.
Who's tracking that, please?
National Working Waterfront is tracking it. It's put together by Shelley Pennegree, who had one before, that a bill that was similar to Working Waterfront. And this one was just heard last week.
Thank you. I appreciate that information, but what I meant was locally. Who's tracking it here? The progress of that bill?
Me.
Good. Thank you. I'm delighted. Okay. Anything else, Dana?
No, thank you for putting this together.
Okay. Any questions for the committee? No? Okay. Thank you. That's B2. Update from the Finance and Budget Ad Hoc Committee and the committee's recent activities. Presentation on adopted Harbor Fund budget. I think we already did that, but maybe not. And continued discussion of potential new revenue sources for the Harbor Fund. Mr. Chairman?
Sure, I'll go. So the first part is the adopted budget. In the last meeting we had, the budget wasn't adopted. It did get adopted. It hasn't really changed from what you saw back in our, I guess, our May meeting. So I think we adopted it in the second meeting in June, and the Harbor Advisory Board meeting is already done. Pretty standard budget. As I spoke earlier, we've got about $20,000 in net revenues. The project's launch ramp, unfortunate update for that, and unless I can get DBW to come around, I'm probably giving that grant back, because that just, their cost estimating is just not close to reality, and there's no avenue that doesn't lead to serious financial liability on the city to pursue that grant, so I think I'm gonna have to repackage that and redo it. Beach Street slips moving on, South T-Pier, North T-Pier ice machine, those are all in there. State Park Marina Fund, that's still in the State Park development agreement with them. Nothing, spending a few $1,000s in there for our wetlands monitoring. Triangle Lot's doing pretty good, as you've seen. It's starting to fill up more and more. I think we've got even some more demand. We may have to expand out that portable fencing and get some more boats in there, so that's doing pretty good. And then Castle Wind, $250,000, nothing there. As we've discussed over many meetings, all of our capital needs, our primary goal this year is to seek new and/or improved revenue sources. We've been kind of batting back and forth several ideas over the years here. One of my Harbor Patrol officers brought forth to the City Council recently, re-brought forth the idea of dry RV camping in various locations in the waterfront. Developed a pretty good little report, sort of a staff report, that's in your packet in terms of what's happening now. We've already got a number of RVs that are parking at the Rock and other locations, and not just folks that are living in their RVs, but some pretty high-end machineries out there taking advantage of the Rock and the fact that it's kind of an RV park with no RV park. So re-bringing that forward to see if there's any HAB support for continuing to pursue that. Then two other items to bring for sort of a thumbs up, thumb down is a concert venue, an ongoing concert venue in Tidelands Park. I think the Chamber of Commerce and the Tourism Bureau are interested in potentially helping that process along, and there's a group interested in bringing some bands forward to do something kind of like they do in Templeton on a periodic basis here at Tidelands. And then do want to look at food truck vendors in some of the prime waterfront locations during events, and see if that's something we want to explore a little bit further. And then if those two things, we get any thumbs up or want to look at it further, then we'll bring back things to be considered. Maybe one of the things we look at is if we do thumbs up these items, kind of like we did with paid parking, what are the issues we want to look at to bring forward that need to be taken into consideration?
Okay. With regard to the dry harbor, or the dry, Morro Bay Harbor Department RV dry camping, we have a write-up here, which we indicate that there's $164,000 of revenue. That's at a conservative 50% annual occupancy, and that would yield about $134,000 per year, with a total of 12 parking spaces, or?
Yeah, I believe so.
I believe there's 12 parking spaces. These are low or minimal impact, in other words, striping on the dirt, and just designating the area that these are available as dry camping. This is very similar to what's occurring at Avila, and they've had some significant revenue and success with that program. And we're looking at particular areas where we're designating the Rock camping area at Coleman and the Harbor Yard area and the Launch Ramp lot. Currently, some of these places are already utilized as such illegally and not as a revenue source for the Harbor Department. So what we're looking at is, if you take a look at the portion of the handout, you can see the current or occasional situations where we have RVs, and then also it indicates the actual locations that we're looking at designating for this particular program. Striping is merely non-invasive in terms of like chalk on the ground, and a revenue fee station where they can drop their check in, and all we would be doing would be monitoring that those checks have been duly received for that period of time. I think $134,000 is a significant amount of money, which would go a long ways to solving, or a portion of the way to solving some of our deficit situation with a very low impact and a low disruption of ongoing activities.
So by my count, looking at the graphics that are included in this item, 19 slots have been marked out as possible. They seem to be pretty non-intrusive to me. And this use, and the Harbor Department's report, as you said, at 134 net is 12. So it looks like there's some additional potential as it relates to these suggested sites.
There's always upside that the program, if deemed accessible or acceptable, could grow and could shrink and could change, because the amount of infrastructure changes that we're talking about are next to nil.
Okay, questions? Discussion? Gene?
Yes, I have no problem at all with the RV parking at Coleman Beach, the end of the road, commercial fishing, parking down at the launch ramp, but I am strictly opposed to RV parking out at the Rock. To me, it should be an area that is commercial free. There should not be any food trucks out there. There should not be any RV parking out there. We're only talking about 4 or 5 spots out there, but it's the camel's nose under the tent. If you start doing 4 out there, then pretty soon, oh, we need some money, let's make it 12. And then pretty soon, it's gonna be 16. Then you're gonna have to put asphalt parking. And then you have to provide handicap parking. I just do not want to see RV parking out at the Rock. That's my strong opinion.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else?
I can see Gene's point a bit. Avila has been
Very successful with their, and it has grown and a lot of utilities put in. It's actually probably the biggest provider of funds for their harbor. Outside of the fact that it's a district, they get, I do see the problem with it already going on and no revenue coming from it. So I like to see it, some return on the use of free camping, RVing, especially when you have parks here. Down at the end of the Embarcadero, that parking there, I don't know, it gets overflowed at times, but I see in the report, you're talking about maybe not having it during certain times of year when the fishery is really active.
When you say the end of Embarcadero, are you talking about the south end?
Yes, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
down by the launch ramp.
Okay.
The other end, I think, is fine. You could probably have more there. So anyways, that's kind of my 2 cents on that.
So I want to clarify something on the launch ramp. That's just for people using their boats, trailering. It's not for RVs just in the lot, either in the RV or in their boat, which some people do anyhow.
Well, I think that's a great way to...
Not RVs in the parking lot all by themselves.
Yeah, I understand.
Just trailer boat
Right.
associated, using their boats.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think that's totally worthwhile.
Okay.
Sharice?
Are these typical sizes? I just can't tell with dimensions and whatnot. Is this like kind of a more slim parking space for them? Are they gonna, is there area for them to put their chairs out in front and put their awnings out, or is it pretty tight?
The spaces are indicated at 15 feet.
The
15 wide.
And the units are 8 feet, 8.5 feet.
Okay, good, that's what I wanted to know. And then, if they illegally park at the Rock right now, what is the cost what is the ticket that they receive?
I don't know.
It's not currently, according to the police department, it's not currently, if I understand correctly, it's not currently policed.
So, okay, then kind of is if somebody parks there illegally when you have an RV spaces, are you going to ticket the ones that are not within that area? And if so, how much, and who patrols it, and who gets the money?
If such a program were put in place as part of the municipal code and rules and regulations and all the things we need to put in place, we'd have to make a provision for that. Right now, their municipal code prohibition of illegal camping in an RV, not in a designated RV location, so this would make a designated RV location. I think existing code would already provide for that enforcement. I don't know what that cost is for that ticket. There is one already in the city's bail schedule or master fee schedule, but I just don't know what it is.
So the people who are going to be patrolling these campsites would be the harbor department. And if they were over there already, would they have jurisdiction to give tickets out for anybody parking illegally?
Yes, we would be the primary managers of it.
And so that would stimulate new revenue for the harbor department based on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
With assistance from the police department at night when we're not around if we need it.
Okay.
Gene?
Once again, when you drive out to the Rock, you want to see the Rock as on the photograph here. It's pristine rock. It's there. The last thing you want to see is a commercial enterprise out there. I'm just so opposed to having more RVs parked there. Right now, they can park there during the day, but when they're at night, then pretty soon you're going to have lights. You're going to have more activity. You guys protect our Rock, you know?
Here, I have another question. Seeing as they're parking there illegally right now already, and the police are not patrolling it, and if we put people in place to monitor campsites relatively nearby, and we find the way to give tickets to people parking illegally, could we preserve feasibly the Rock area and patrol it, since it's not being patrolled currently, and have campsites elsewhere and still get where I'm going?
I think, I mean, if ultimately a program moved forward and didn't include the Rock and still made financial sense, I mean, illegal RV camping is not new in Morro Bay. And this program, to me, there's two reasons for RVs camping out at the Rock or along Embarcadero. There's other places, not just the Rock. It's one, it's a demand that's not being met, and people, because some of them I say are pretty high end. But two, it's also that folks have discovered that they can do it because there's nobody around at night enforcing it, and for various reasons. And I think legalizing a program, I think most of the folks, and this is just my opinion, that are out there that are true RVers and aren't necessarily living in their motorhomes and just looking for somewhere to live quietly and not get hassled, those folks are going to be willing to pay and park where it's allowed and not go off into the hinterlands and park. So I don't know if that answered your question, but if something got approved and the rock wasn't there, as part of it, I think those folks are looking for a different location outside the RV parks around the bay, and I think the other places, well, it's not the rock, it potentially could suffice, and I think you'd cut down on a decent amount of those that were out there doing it now. I mean, go out there on any given morning, it's astounding some days how many are out there.
Would the Harbor Department be comfortable including in a Morro Bay Harbor Department RV dry camping proposal some provision for monitoring illegal RV parking at the Rock?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That would beef up the thing a little bit.
I was going to give you a long answer, but I decided to give you a short one.
And one of the things that I feel that it would be met eventually with opposition is we're also a bird sanctuary, and the Rock is, well, it's a bird sanctuary. And once you have legally parked campers, I fear that there's going to be loud noises, music being played at night, and perhaps at least people who care about the birds. And Morro Bay has been environmentally friendly with a lot of things, with our bikes, with the birds, and we're always trying to do something better for the environment. And I think that tourists who come here appreciate that aspect, and I wouldn't want to deter anybody from that way. And the Rock is our icon. So I feel that the campsites, as long as somebody's camping there illegally, and they're given the a possibility of, hey, well, we know where you can, it's a lot better than just letting them stay there irregardless without payment, giving them options.
And what's your position about the hypothetical other sites?
I like them. I think they're good locations to give a trial period for these things, for RV camping.
Okay.
And if this program were established, and wherever it gets established, there would be necessary, just like every RV park, quiet times, and by a certain hour you got to be quiet and your generator's off and everything else. So that would be part of this.
There will be rules.
Owen?
Yeah, I think, sorry. But also, that's a really big lot. You could probably carve out, maybe 3 or 4 spots, over in the other side.
Where are you talking about?
At the Rock parking lot, sorry.
Okay.
Over maybe.
Well, let's go up to the 20,000 foot level. What about the concept?
I like the concept a lot.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, and the hypothetical sites?
Yeah, I think they seem good, and also the fishing, at the launch ramp, it seems like, don't, market that as a place you can come and stay in your RV and go fishing, for a couple days. That seems like it would have a lot of appeal.
Okay, Lynn?
I like the concept as long as we have the exclusion of parking at the Rock. I agree with Jean on that, but putting it in the other places is fine. I wonder about policing when you only have 4, or I think 4 is probably the average, 4 to 6 in each of a half a dozen places, that it may get cumbersome for the policing aspect, but I would leave that up to the Harbor Department to make that decision. They incorporate it into their daily routine, perhaps it would not be burdensome.
Okay.
And I'm just jumping enforcement-wise, we've had some preliminary conversations with the police department. Obviously, we're going to need their support and buy-in, so This is still in development, and getting their full buy-in and figuring out how all these cogs would work is going to be pretty critical to make sure that they're on board and able to do and live with what we're proposing too.
And we also might comment that once you start enforcing, you can ease off after a while. It does get passed by word of mouth where you're going to get a ticket and where you're not.
Mark, concept?
Obviously, I'm in support of the concept. I like the locations chosen. I am sensitive in terms of the area surrounding the rock, and maybe a different area of that parking lot would maybe be a better choice. Something hundreds of yards from the rock could be an option. I think it's something that we should continue to pursue.
Dana, concept?
Yeah, excluding the rock, as I said earlier.
Microphone.
Yeah, the concept.
I like the concept of the dry camping, and with the rules put in place, especially with generators down by the launch ramp, you're right up against the residential area, unlike the other areas that are listed, and of course, maintaining the natural area around the rock.
Okay. Sharice, I think I understand your position. Yep. So, okay. So, I think the way to proceed with this is I'll solicit a motion for the Harbor Advisory Board to work with the Harbor Department. I'm not making a motion, I'm suggesting it. To work with the Harbor Department to refine this concept document a little bit, to exclude the rock, and then send it as a recommendation to the City Council for which we serve, as a revenue generator.
As one of the choices for additional revenue generation for the Harbor Department, I would suggest that the board, accept the task of working with the Harbor Department in refining the document in preparation of referral to the City Council and excluding the rock area as a potential camping area.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion. I so move.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None, carries. B3.
Wait.
I have a question about these other items on here.
Oh, sorry, thank you, Dana. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. I was ready to move on. I'm way too anxious. Way too anxious, so I'll just slow her down here. Okay, so concerts and entitlements. I have a question about that concept, Harbor Department. The answers might be obvious, but how would we collect money? How would there be money collected, and if so, how do we control that?
On the RV camping?
No.
Concerts, entitlements, parties.
Concerts. Sorry, I'm mine was somewhere else. I think that would depend on what sort of what sort of concerts and what sort of things. I typically those sorts of things make money on sales, and usually beer and alcohol sales, beer and wine sales. I don't know that they would be a come pay to see it kind of venue, because there's really no way of controlling access in there. So usually it's those type of promoters that look to do beer and wine sales, or maybe some limited food service for the venue, and that's what I believe is being brought forward by a group of folks and is maybe being looked at by the chamber. So in terms of what we're looking for the HAB tonight, I think, is just more conceptually, is that something for the city worth pursuing? We discussed it in a staff meeting today, and just curious to see if the HAB is supportive of it, and if there's any issues that we see, and obviously maybe what's the revenue generator. I don't see it being a huge revenue generator.
No. Okay, so it's a concept question. Is that correct? Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Sharice?
Are we talking about A and B?
Nope.
Just A.
Yep.
Fine, no questions.
Well, what is your position, please, about the concept?
Sounds good.
Dana?
Well, I know they have the 4th of July event there every year, and the park is right there next to a residential area, and at 4th of July, I think it's pretty acceptable. I think if it were going on throughout the year, I don't think it would be acceptable at all. Actually, excuse me, I believe the agreement that put that park there specifically states that there's not supposed to be commercial activity so much in that area, and I think you would have a hard time putting on concerts there all the time. I think it would really have a lot of complaints by the neighborhood.
At least the potential proposal, or at least the concept we discussed today at the staff level, is very much a seasonal one. Obviously, the dead of winter, probably not going to get too much interest out there. Summer, foggy, windy, spring, it was really more of a fall, shoulder season idea. It wasn't a year-round. And then the commercial activity you're talking about there, and that agreement with those upland property owners, that was the title and settlement agreement, and I believe that had a lifespan of either 25 or 30 years, and that was 1986, so I'm pretty sure that agreement is just a file now. Nothing active in that anymore, I believe, but it is a concern. It's always going to be a concern, whether that's an agreement or not. It's potential noisemaker, and yeah, you got residents right there. And how do you work around that? So,
Mark?
I like the concept of providing music and or live, venue music anywhere within any venue. I think it's a great draw for a city and a great draw for it would be a great draw for the Embarcadero. I don't think it falls into a category of a way to bridge the gap and or finance the harbor department, as I don't see that there's a revenue tag to that activity. But I do like the idea in general. It's just a matter of either how we monetize it, or if we're not going to monetize it, then it doesn't belong in this particular area.
Lynn?
If it turns out to be a financially beneficial thing, then okay, fine.
Owen?
Yeah, I think I have the same thought as Lynn and Mark, that if it seems like it might be more hassle than it's worth, but if it wasn't, then it would definitely be worth considering.
Gene?
I kind of go along with Dana. It is kind of a residential, and where I live over in South Bay area, every weekend during the summer, there's a concert at Sea Pines, and we live several blocks away, and we can't get away from the noise. I just started off with just 1 or 2 venues a year, and now it's almost every weekend. I could just see, once again, the camel under the nose of the, camel's nose under the tent here. So once or twice a year, maybe, 4th of July and maybe Christmas something, but I can't see it going too much beyond that.
As a money-making proposition, it would have to be much more, to state the obvious, much more frequent than that. I am not in favor of the location being in Tidelands Park for all the aforesaid reasons. The Harbor Festival this year is going to be in half a triangle lot, and the parking lot that is immediately to the south. That strikes me as a potential alternative site if people are willing to stand or sit around on the rock. on the rocks, sorry. So my position is not at Tidelands, and only if it can be shown by the chamber or whoever the promoters are to provide some substantial money, and there's no guarantee right at the moment that that money's going to go to the harbor fund as opposed to the general fund.
So we need to get the Rolling Stones. That's how we're gonna make money, I guess.
There you go, baby. And we need to put them out on the South T Pier.
I have no.
Okay, so
I think I got it.
did you get what you needed?
Yeah, I think I got what I needed.
Okay. B, licensed food truck vendors in prime waterfront locations. We'll start at the other end. Gene?
Once again, I would be really opposed to them out at the Rock unless it's a special event.
Well, wait a sec. Are you open to it in any other, quote, prime locations, unquote, on the waterfront?
I'm unclear of prime location.
So let's ask, was there any thought about the definition of a prime location, Mr. Director?
Is the South T Pier a prime location?
First one that comes to my mind for a constituency that isn't served by nearby food service is the launch ramp.
My next
voters.
question is, how do you get a percentage of the revenue?
Yeah, that's how I would foresee it.
Well, another location that we've already identified is the Tidelands parking lot, the north end of the Tidelands Park per se. That's already often used, so so there might be some prime locations. So you're okay as long as it's not at the Rock. Okay, Owen?
Yeah, I would be okay if it's, we have a lot of good restaurants in town, and I would hate to see them suffer on account of wanting to bring in a food truck, but,
Oh, you're gonna hear from them.
yeah. But, yeah, I would say maybe at a location like the launch ramp that's pretty far away from the other restaurants.
Okay, Lynn?
I wouldn't like to see a lot of food trucks down, I wouldn't like to see a lot of food trucks down right in Tidelands Park itself. Keep them away from the waterfront.
Work?
With a level of control and we're in our designation of where they can be, I see absolutely no problem with it.
Dana?
Maybe I missed this, but how did you make money off of them?
Percentage of sales.
Or flat fee, or flat permit fee.
So down on the waterfront where you have all these restaurants, I just don't see that flying.
Well, is that by way of saying that you're not in favor of the concept?
Not really in favor of the concept.
Not really in favor of the concept, okay. Charisse?
Will they be paying the sublease fee of $665? Because then they won't come, so it's moot point.
No, it's only 225.
Hopefully more than that.
Yeah, right now it's only 220. Oh, 265.
Actually, right now, if they don't have to have a sublease permit, they have to have a business license in here, and then they have to pay a daily permit fee and identify the placement and get approval for that. So, and there's no approval for it right now, so. But if they were, that's the permit process. So mine is, I'm not in favor of it.
Okay. Sound like a weak maybe.
I was gonna say lukewarm at
Yeah,
best.
I think that's where we are. Yeah, sort of a weak maybe. Lukewarm is a better phrase. Okay. Now are we ready to move on to B3? Everybody okay with that? Okay, B3, update from the Eelgrass Ad Hoc Committee on the committee's recent activities. And given that the staff report makes direct reference to you, Madam Chair?
Well, the committee, when it last met, which was several months ago, we were waiting to talk once again to Anchor QEA to see if they would do some canvassing of the regulatory agencies, and Eric, I believe, spoke to them about that. I haven't heard anything more. But in addition, I think in view of the cost of doing an in lieu fee program and the current budgetary constraints over the next few years, it's highly unlikely that we would be able to pursue this particular way of managing an eelgrass policy.
And all I've really got to add is...
Comment?
What's that?
I said, do you have any comment?
Yes, Anchor was amenable to meeting with the regulatory agencies and a few representatives of the city of Morro Bay. It's just, I have not, and Anchor, I've not been able to pin them down. I had some conversations with them before I went on vacation back in July, but I've yet been able to schedule a meeting with them to try and figure out, or get them scheduled to go to the regulators, Army Corps being the primary one, and they're in Ventura where Anchor is, so I just haven't gotten that meeting together, and it's pretty much what you're waiting for us to just put that together, so.
So some long time ago, the city council tasked the Harbor Advisory Board with providing them with a eelgrass, I can't remember whether it included the word mitigation or not, with an eelgrass program. That's the word that they used. So I'm going to request that sometime in the next 2 weeks that the committee provide a written status report so that I can submit to the city council, please. And if that outlined where we've been, you could do it in bullets. Doesn't have to be a long textual document.
Okay.
That'd be great. Okay, any questions for the committee? Okay. B4. Update on Harbor Department Lease Management Policy Update Process and appointment to fill resignation of one Harbor Advisory Board member from the Lease Management Policy Group. The staff report is very brief. Between you and Eric, do you both want to give us the update, or one of you, or how would you like to do it?
What about you?
I'm not on that group, ma'am.
Okay, but you observed, and
I
if
did
you
it.
wanted to do a summary, is that out of the question?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, it's
Well, I propose
it's all you.
that perhaps you might want to do that. Or I will, but I would like to see your summary, because mine's very succinct, because it's 10.
Yeah, that's perfect. A succinct update, because actually you've been involved much longer than my one sit-in. So if you could give us, between the two of you, if you could give us a status report, that'd be great.
Okay, so we've been working on fair market rent and percentages and reviewing a lot of different areas that are similar, but also port districts, and trying to compile all the data as much as we could. We piecemealed from all the different people in the group, and we put together a graph showing other percentages. And one of the things that came up at the last meeting is, should we submit it as it is? I feel that we should. I feel like we did our due diligence. Another person mentioned possibly having a study done, which would not be my recommendation. I feel like we've got a lot of activity, or we've got a lot of information, and so hopefully through another meeting, we will decide where to go with that, with talking to the council and giving them our feedback, and hopefully they feel the same way, that we've done a lot of research to base it that what we've come to with fair market value for Morro Bay. And then what we are set to do now is a lot of the editing and the wordsmithing of the actual document. So at the next meeting, we'll discuss those new edits and present that eventually to council.
Are there any sections of the policy that have not yet been addressed by the group?
Yes, how far are we? It said it in here. I feel like we're more like halfway done, but because we did a lot of the bigger subject matter.
I'd call it somewhere between a third and a half. We initially were just taking input from the group, and then staff was writing. Last meeting, we decided to start handing out assignments to the group and sections to say, okay, take this, take existing policy, take all the stuff we've got from other organizations, and let's write policy just to keep it moving. So I think we made some good progress last meeting. So yeah, half and a third. I guess depends on, from a pure number standpoint of sections we're going through, we're probably halfway through. From a volume standpoint, there's a few items that are going to have a lot of meat to them, so they're going to take a little longer. So that's where I kind of default to the third of the way through, more or less, but we're getting there.
From a calendar perspective, what's the group's best thinking today about when they might be able to wrap the work up?
Initially, we thought we were going to be done in early summer. Early on, we made the executive decision, let's take as much time as it takes just to do it right. I'm hoping to be done by year's end. Maybe sooner. Now that we've got a little quicker process going, or hopefully a quicker process going with having members actively work on stuff.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, any questions for the committee and the board? So the Harbor Advisory Board appointed, if you will, I mean, at their gracious willingness, Sharice and Mark to this working group. Mark, as we know, has had a considerable medical challenge for quite some period of time, and he's asked that someone else from the board take his place. I'm happy to do that. I was invited to sit in on the last meeting of the group, but that's really up to the board. So we think we did the first time. I think we did it by motion. So we need a motion to identify an alternate for Mr. Blackford to move forward with this process.
I'd like to make a motion that Ron Reisner fill the seat recently vacated by Mark Blackford on the lease process and policy update group.
I'll second.
I'll second that. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Owen seconded. Okay, discussion?
Well, I feel you do a very good job.
Yes, I heard the word wordsmithing was needed.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's Gene. I'm going over to Gene's house. We're going to get that from Gene. He's an expert at that. Yeah. Okay, call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so passed, yeah, so passed. Okay, so that brings us to a declaration of future agenda item. And does anybody want to declare a future agenda item? I'd like to propose one, and as I communicated to the board, I'm interested, and I think it would be valuable for planning purposes if we did sort of a mini SWAT as far as harbor affairs are concerned. And if the board is okay with that, then we'll add it as a future agenda item.
You mean I did all that homework and you didn't even do it? Thought I was going to have to handle it.
You will, actually. Look at that, you're way ahead.
For the first time.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, we all right with that? Mark, you all right with that?
I'm all right with that.
Lynn?
Sure.
Owen? Okay. Sure. Gene? Okay, all right, that's added, and so I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay. Need a
Second.
and a second, okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you for your patience, thank you very much for your input and patience this evening.